just like to say a prayer. No, thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, you're all very welcome to the Father Ted panel here today. How we've been enjoying Comic-Con so far? I couldn't hear them there. How are you enjoying Comic-Con? There you go. Now that's too loud. Just tone it down a bit. Just a little bit, please. Thank you very much. So, what have you enjoyed so far? What have you liked so far at Comic-Con? The people. Which ones? Oh, there we go. There we go. You just got in the door. It's 12:05. You just got in the door now. Just go around the other side and skip everybody. It's high, it's fine. So, I'm not going to delay too much longer. So, these are all here for, is it a Star Wars panel? It's not a Star Wars panel. Oh yeah, this. Ladies and gentlemen, will you please welcome to the stage Michael Redmond, Ben Keaton, Patrick MacDonald, the cast of Father Ted. Yeah, there we go.
How are you doing?
Great. Hello. Now, just before we start, ladies and gentlemen, you can see that there is one seat empty. Now, he's okay. He's all right. But Mr. Joe Rooney, unfortunately, he's a bit delayed getting here. He was at the airport, and he's gone through customs, and they found a whistle. We'll just leave that there, okay? Well, lads, how he's doing?
I'm still fine.
I'm high as a kite in Lucas Aid.
Should we shuffle along? Because he's effectively dead.
No, I smell wee and.
Huh?
Yeah, I think we
Well,
should.
I couldn't
on,
hold it in.
yeah,
I
don't
was
close
very
to it.
We
nervous.
should, yeah.
Yeah, go on there. You.
I'll
budge up
tell you,
there.
I'll move up. I'll move
Yeah,
up.
you-
I'll
yeah.
move up.
You come in here.
We want to move up.
So,
Right, okay,
how are you
there.
doing, lads?
I'm great. How are you? This won't be difficult on your ears at all, will it?
No,
God.
I can't hear you. So, lads, you are used to, doing conventions and stuff.
Turn
like
off
that.
your mobile phones.
Whose phone is ringing?
Oh my God.
That's one of the organisers. Well done.
5 Hail Marys for that. No, right now. I mean, right now. Go on. So, obviously,
I think that might be Joe actually.
it's Joe ringing to say he's on the way.
Yeah.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Okay. Is he on the way?
No, he's not. No,
He's not on the
he
way.
hasn't left Bradford yet, apparently. So you'll be waiting a long time.
Oh dear God.
Never mind.
Oh yeah, I said, oh dear God. Then maybe that'll move him along.
Why are all those people sitting way at the back and they're not up here?
Come up.
Yeah,
Yeah,
if-
come on down.
Come on down. we'll
Anyone
go-
at the back?
Well,
you
maybe
don't-
they paid less.
If you
but
don't come down, I'll go and get you.
come on down. Hello, we don't bite. There's social workers here. There's priests I know, but
No, they're not moving, apparently.
no, won't budge.
Oh, there's 2 people coming. Here they are. Well done.
Brilliant. Round of
See, there's
applause.
brave people. The rest of you are cowards. Come on, let's give them a
done.
round of applause.
Well done.
Oh, there's people sneaking in over there as well. We saw you.
Well
How
done.
you doing?
5 Our Fathers now? No? Okay, no. Okay.
Right, okay. I think that's probably it, is it?
So lads,
Right.
yous are used to doing conventions
people
and
up
stuff
there as
like that.
Yes.
Would you have, when you did Father Ted first, would you have thought that now you'd still be as popular as it is?
Absolutely no idea it would be, no. Because, I mean, I was also in the first series, the second episode of the first series, so it hadn't even gone out on television then. So, because sometimes you do a sitcom, it just fades away. And even if it is good, it lasts maybe 5 or 6 years. But this is not what, it was 1994 when I did my episode. That's 29 years ago. And I'm still alive, believe it or not. At least I think I am, anyway.
So when what was the process for going for Father Ted for the 3 of you?
Well, I've just spoken to somebody else. Say something. I've had enough.
For me, it was meeting the 2 writers. They came to see me do stand-up, and they liked what I did. And I think they tried to want to recreate that. So they based on my stand-up persona. The other thing is, before I was in Father Ted, my job just before that was that I was a jumper salesman. So I really do love
Is
jumpers.
that actually true?
Oh, it's absolutely true. I am an expert in jumpers. If you want to ask any questions on jumpers later, I can tell you. And I do love cake as well. Not jumpers in cake. That's the only thing. But they came to see me. So I mean, I don't think anyone went for the part of Owen. It was basically a part they'd kind of written for me. So it wasn't too hard. I know the lads had auditioned. They probably did.
Well, it was the
basically.
same thing with me. They came to. I was doing a gig in London at the Bloomsbury Theatre. It was a kind of an Irish comedy night with Ardle and Dylan Moran, I think it was. And these two guys come up to me in the foyer after the show and said they were writing a sitcom about three priests on an island in the west of Ireland. And they said they might have a part for me. I thought, three priests on an island in the west of Ireland sounds like dreadful, you know. It could be crap, you know.
Yeah.
But
Well, did you
about
know
6 months later, I was just called in to kind of. It wasn't quite an audition. They just asked me to say a few lines, like, you know, I'm still fine, and will I leave if there's a fire, you know, that kind of thing. And it was all over in 5 minutes, and I got the part, yeah. But I think that kind of, for all of us, it was the same. I think the guys sort of wrote the part with us in mind, didn't they?
Yeah,
So
definitely. Yeah.
It wasn't really that hard to audition because they kind of had decided really they wanted us for that. I think you kind of had to improvise a bit, I think, didn't you, compared to the rest of us?
Yeah, I saw the first series, and I did what all actors, Irish actors in London were doing, and called my agent going, what the hell, why am I not in this? So I was called in to audition, and there was a queue all the way upstairs to about the second or third floor of fellas, and I went into, it was auditioning for the dancing priest. And they gave me the script, and I did the thing and all that. And then they said, actually, we've got another part, but it's really quite tricky. It's a boring priest, and we're not really getting it. We don't know what to do with it. Could you take it away and have a go? So I went downstairs to the loo, and I locked it, which was difficult because 40 guys on the stairs all wanted to have a piss at the same time. And I locked myself in for about 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and I went back up, and that was Father Austin, sort of exactly as it was.
So that's where the voice came from. You locked yourself in a toilet.
In a toilet on my own. And so people outside were hearing, oh, they must have thought I was straining. Yeah.
Yeah, you know.
I never lock myself in the toilet. I have to wait till somebody else in there already. Then I come in.
Yeah.
Well, I think after that you definitely needed some roughage, you know, with all the other people that would have been there. You know.
Yeah. No, but it was great though, because it was you know, the scripts are so brilliantly written. And
Yeah,
then,
they were.
And then on the day as well, for me, they were adding in more things. You know, they were coming up it's yourself, that thing was, you know, just before the take. You know, they just, okay, yeah, try that thing. You know, and even when that happened and the laugh was so big, I thought, well, they're going to trim it.
Yeah.
Because the laugh was too big. But it was brilliantly written, and very generous, all of them. You know, they were really good. They had lots of guest actors, and they were terrifically good with everybody, I think.
And was there ever, for the three of you, was there ever a time that they thought, well, maybe bring you back for another episode?
Apparently it was mooted that I would be in another episode, but the producer said no. So I've hated him ever since. I think he thought there wasn't much else I could do with that character, you know.
Joe was in another episode. Joe was in the
Joe
airport.
was in the airport. The airplane.
Yeah, and he
the
got extra
airplane
money
one,
for
yeah.
that.
Of course he would be in that one, wouldn't it? The one that crashed.
And I was in the second last episode. So unfortunately, Dermot died. It's 25 years now since he passed away.
Yeah.
But so it was the second last episode ever, and they were going to drop the series, so I had no chance of coming back.
All right.
You know,
the
yeah.
second last episode.
The second last episode, yeah.
Didn't realize that. So have you all watched? Are you all Father Ted fans, or are you just pretending to be?
Has anyone not seen Father Ted?
There's bound to be one.
No. Because
I bet
it'd be
those
very
people-
confusing.
There's people up in the balcony up there. They're very. What are they doing? They're very. Hello.
Yeah. They were,
What? You've seen it?
well done. Well done, you. What an effort you've made. Well done. Congratulations. Only
Can
took
you
you
see us
25
from up
years.
there? A little.
Yeah,
Fair enough.
that's all right. When you were born, it was in black and white.
So, how were your experiences on the set? You know, how was it? I'll go with yourself, Ben, first.
Yeah, well, they recorded on the South Bank in London at the ITV studios, and I was on, you know, whatever it is, 6th floor of that. So
isn't here. So I think we should touch on that a little bit. And what was in Bradford Airport? We can try and bring them.
You have to do. You said yourself, you had to do 2 takes for on the toilet. But
Yeah,
how,
but
how was?
apart from that, I didn't have to do any, because, well, I had very little to say, really.
Didn't do any retakes. So.
No.
I did. Now, no, tell you what now, Dermot, we were worried about Dermot's health. Dermot obviously died a week later, but we had concerns about his health all week
Really,
when we were rehearsing. Now, when we were doing the exterior shots a few months before, it wasn't so bad. But all week, people were saying he should go to a doctor.
Really?
Yeah, it's like he had something like gout or something like. There was all sorts of rumors about what was wrong, but he was very unfocused. And on the set, and when we recorded that, he did forget lines quite a bit now, so it was kind of hard to concentrate and keep the concentration up that night. So it took about 3 hours to film that episode, where
Really?
normally it'd be 2 hours, maybe an hour and a half,
Yeah.
but it took 3 whole hours, and so that was hard going.
Gosh.
You say it took you about 2-3 hours to do that
Yeah.
episode. When you think of acting and actors and stuff like that, you can go for 10, 12, 14, 15, 16 hours. That seems quite short.
Well, if you're doing filming like we would
It's different
film,
filming, it's not
other
like stage
shows,
work, yeah.
you sit down, you're drinking coffee and just giving out about other actors for the day, but and giving out about how much you're not getting paid. But
Speak for yourself, Patrick. I get paid a fortune.
But on that, no, when you're filming in front of the audience, no, it's all overdone quickly. That's a good thing about it.
Yeah.
And they've loads of cameras. Like normally when you're filming a series for RTE, there's one camera. That's all they can afford. And so you're just there, fair city of one camera, but and no actors. But
This is all the bitterness of us all coming out.
yeah, it is better. We're not being filmed, but but no, you had 4 cameras, and so you're all covered. So
Yeah.
you normally get through it fairly quickly. Yeah.
It's quite easy to do.
We go for another
That man's
question.
been waiting a while there, yeah.
Hi,
Hey.
lovely to meet you. I have 2 questions, if that's okay.
It's not Boris Johnson.
What?
You do, but no, it's more
Something
like Boris
like that,
Johnson's
yeah.
father, really. Isn't it?
My
Sorry.
first question is about the Owen McLove character, and I was wondering how much of it was based very deliberately on O'Donnell. And I asked that because my granddad was his song arranger, and he said that Owen McLove was a lot like Daniel O'Donnell.
There is a solicitor here, so I have to be very careful. It is kind of based on Daniel. Obviously it is, I mean, there was quite a few country and western singers around at that time. And so, I mean, it really resonates in Ireland. In England, they don't really know what it was based on. They're just very confused. Definitely based on him. I saw him one day in the Blanchardstown shopping centre, and I tried to make eye contact, and he looked away. And people say he says in public he's never seen it. But I know a guy who directed his recent video, and he says he's seen it.
That's awesome. My second question is, since you get so many comedians there, did any of the main cast do anything unexpected while you were filming?
Well, one of them died
not for me
a week
because
later.
of yes, that was fairly unexpected. Yeah. Not for me though, because it was the first second episode. They were probably a bit nervous of mucking around. So maybe the later episodes.
Dermot would have messed around with the
Yeah.
crowd a bit,
Yeah.
I've seen video footage of that,
Yeah,
where
yeah.
if between takes he'd do a bit of stand-up with him.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Now we have another question on the right.
Thanks, Boris.
Stanley.
Hey, sorry. This isn't exactly related to the show, but I'm curious now. I'm going to bring it back to earlier in the conversation.
That's the lawyer there.
Blur or Oasis?
Blur
Which one?
Oasis.
Which one?
Oasis.
I'm a Blur head, I have to say that. I think the 2 guys from Oasis are Egypts, and
Yeah.
so I'm more for Blur. I am.
I probably. I mean, I don't really care, but I probably, if I have to answer a question, I would say Blur. Yeah.
Blur. Yeah, Blur or Oasis. Oh, God, no. Hang on.
He doesn't know who they are, so he just.
He's a more a Joe Dolan type of guy. Daniel O'Donnell, actually.
Daniel O'Donnell. I met Daniel O'Donnell.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I did. I filmed him once. I spent a day with him.
Did he know you were?
Did he
filming?
know?
I spent a day with him. He washed my feet. That's not normal.
No, it's not right.
No, he didn't. But he has a thing which he does, which is incredible.
I don't have a thing.
He memorizes your name and he memorizes details about you. And if he meets you again in 10 years, he goes, "Ben, how you doing? How are the kids?" Yeah. And
God.
he's known and loved in a lot of venues because he can go in and he can say to the doorman, Patrick, how's it going? How's Mary? And stuff like this.
Thank God
It's
he
quite-
doesn't work for social welfare, I have to say that.
Quite a gift. You could learn something
Yeah,
from
yeah,
that.
yeah.
Yeah. Go
I'm
on.
just glad I never met him.
Now we have another question on the left here.
Hello.
Hello, fathers.
Go on.
So I think you probably mentioned it earlier. Was there ever an idea to do a sequel or spin-off series of Father Ted? And if there was, would you ever come back for one? Like,
Yeah,
just
well,
say
I certainly would go back if they did, but there was going to do a musical.
Father Ted the musical.
Yeah, we're going to do Father Ted the music, but I don't think it's going to happen now. But yeah, I would
Again, there are
certainly-
lawyers here, and
Yeah, yeah, I would certainly do it if there was. Yeah, but I mean, I think it'd be very difficult without Dermot, really, to be honest.
if the money was right, we'd do anything. You know?
Yeah.
But they did say that they was going to finish. They're going to finish after 3 series.
Yeah.
That definitely was the plan. And Dermot was going to film another series. He'd written a series because at the time he was going in and out of meetings, but he was going to do something about ex-footballers. That was definitely going to happen, you know. So he definitely wanted to move on from that, you know.
But the musical went a long way, didn't it, in the development?
Not really. I think Graham's bullshitting that. I mean, they did do a read through. They never rehearsed. It never got to rehearsal.
Didn't they really?
No. They got to a read through. They weren't
I
nearly
see.
ready to go. No.
I see. Okay.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now on the right.
I'm just wondering, do you think there'll be another show that has the same impact and influence again? And I suppose were you be that impactful?
If it's under our control, there certainly won't be. No. I don't. You
Hard to
don't
know.
know.
Television's changed, though. I mean, not many people watch things now. You know, like a lot of people here probably don't watch RT, do you? No, you have no idea. And so, I mean, it's harder now because people generally watch things online or chopped up. I was in the Savage Eye, right? And at the time, a few people watched the Savage Eye because it's chopped up and put out on social media. Everyone knows it now. It's bigger than it was 10 years ago. And so it's very hard now, I think. I don't think, like Derry Girls was very popular.
Yeah.
It did really well for Channel 4. And it's the same production company, same producers.
Wasn't as good as Father Ted, though, was it?
But anyway, but I mean, it wasn't quite good in it and all that, you know. But so, I mean, it's harder. It's just harder now. It was a different time. Like, the audiences at that time for, you know, terrestrial television in Ireland and Britain were huge.
Yeah.
You know, it was like...
It's the same everywhere, yeah.
Same everywhere. So I don't know. Hopefully I'll be in it. That's it. That's all that matters.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
you.
Is there any more questions? Oh, yes.
Good man. Come up to the mic. Oh, you have the mic there. Jeez.
Oh, wow.
Where'd you rob that from?
It's very professional.
Just one of the standout things about Father Ted for me was the amount of brilliant guest actors and actresses that were involved in it. And I'm just wondering if you could pick one yourselves, did you just have particular favourites of all the different priests, nuns,
No, we hated them all.
characters that were in the show?
Especially Graham Norton because he's successful. My favourite, well, these guys were great, you know, and Joe, I do really like them. What do you call Brendan Grace as well? I thought that was a phenomenal performance. Wasn't he brilliant?
Yeah.
I love that. What was his name again? Father Stack.
Oh, gosh,
And like he played so against type.
Yeah.
Because he'd always played these ridiculous Dublin characters, whatever. And he was such a meanie. I thought that was hilarious.
Yeah.
And obviously, Jim Norton as Bishop Brennan was brilliant as well. That was a great episode.
And we haven't talked much about Pauline, who was just...
Well, Pauline, yeah.
I did mention her.
They were asking, he was asking about guest.
Yeah.
You asked about guest.
I know,
suppose anyone, yeah,
I heard
regulars or
what was
guests, yeah.
said.
But I think when I did it, Pauline's part was quite small.
Yeah.
She just came in with tea, and then I think that was it. Just went out again. That was it. But she obviously sort of built the part up for herself as the series went on. Because in the end, she was one of the main characters.
Brilliant.
It was a mad thing, though. Some of these people in Ted were Shakespearean actors. You know, Jim Norton's a serious actor.
He's a proper actor.
Pauline and Frank. Frank, you know, I mean, done amazing work. And then we were coming along. We'd never acted. I cannot act, right? I'm shite. And all I had to do was turn up and say, I've no Willie, as me. And that was it. There was nothing to it. And it was a joke. Like, we had more lines than Pauline, who was brilliant. And like, Pauline and Frank had nothing to do all week in rehearsal. Because basically, there's not much rehearsal to drink fake arse girls. That's it. Or go on, go on, go on. And they just did it so brilliantly. Probably said very little over the course of the series, but just such an impact.
But I think Pauline did near the end. She was getting sort of a lot of words to say, wasn't she?
Yeah, a bit more, a bit more.
Yeah.
But like, obviously, Dermot and Ardle were in every scene, and so they had an awful lot of work. But the others just hung around knitting and doing crosswords, and that was it. But like, it was mad. Like, I've spoken to Michael. Like we did, like auditions after Father, because he had Father Ted. It's a high-profile thing. We were brought in for auditions. I auditioned for Angela's Ashes, and the director just couldn't believe how bad I was. You know, it's like someone just walked in off the street, never acted before, because I couldn't act. I couldn't have a clue.
Yeah, but most of the guest acts were stand-ups, like Patrick and myself. And you were probably more of an actor than
he was a proper actor.
But yeah, I mean, same as Patrick, I was called in for lots of auditions after Father Stone, and never got any of them either because I'm a crap actor, basically. It was quite easy. I mean, it was quite easy to do the part I did because it was sort of built in my stand-up act, so I just deliver a line and just say nothing after that. So it was quite easy for me, really. Like I can act within a very strict framework, but not. I couldn't sort of do proper acting now.
Yeah, thanks.
We have another one on the left here.
Was there ever a reaction from any priests to Father Ted?
That's a good one.
I think in America, wasn't there? Like the Catholic Church around Boston wanted it banned. I think.
The Boston, they're very
quite strong there. The Catholic Church couldn't really do much or say much to ban it. Like, you know,
I think most of them took it as a joke. Really, I don't think it wasn't really that heavy-handed, was it? You know?
No, it was actually one of the best pieces of propaganda for a Catholic Church.
Probably
it made them seem harmless.
Yeah. Apparently thousands of Protestants became Catholics after they saw Father Ted.
Yeah.
Do we have a question here?
Oh yeah. Is there an episode apart from your own episode? What would be your favourite episode from the whole series? And is there an episode that you wish that you'd been in?
I wish I'd been in them all.
Yeah. Yeah, we just all wish we were Father Ted, really.
I like his episode a lot now. I like Father Stone. I love that episode. It was one of the first, and I knew people like Father Stone. I lived in a flat with a guy with Father Stone. He wouldn't say anything for weeks. Literally like that. So I just thought it was so well observed that it still makes me laugh.
Yeah. I suppose I always forget the name of the episode, but it was where they're saying, "So I hear you're racist now, Ted."
Yeah.
What was the name of the episode? Can anybody
it was
remember?
the first in the third series, wasn't it?
Yeah, I can't remember what the name of the episode, but that was my favorite scene, I think, of the whole series. That was brilliant.
That's right. Are you
That's
right
it.
there,
Well
Father
done.
Ted?
Yes. Well done.
Right there.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Well done. There we go.
Oh, you're right there, Father Ted. Yeah, that was it. That's my favorite. Yeah. Ben?
And Ben, what about
Do I have a favourite?
Yeah, Ben doesn't have one. It's okay.
I like
we move on.
I hate to say it because he should be here. I'd like Joe's episodes are great. It's a great character. Joe's episodes just terrific, and it's such a great idea, terrific idea. A sort of errant teenager who's also a priest. I think we probably all met priests at some stage who were just like, "You're too young to guide me. How can you advise me on anything? You're 4." You know,
he definitely appears as like the less priestly priest in the show.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah. But it's really true to the nature of it that I think we were all thinking maybe at different times of our life. I don't think I'm getting the right advice here, and he's sort of. Is an emblem of that, I think.
I suppose, like with him and Ardle playing Father Dougal, you wouldn't want him doing your mass or your funeral or anything like that.
Yeah, I remember when
Or go to confession for either of them.
when my wife told me that she fancied the priest that married us. That was the beginning of the end of our marriage. that was Finbar. I remember his name is. I'm going to hunt that man down. That's when the rot set in.
He probably liked you more.
That's a possibility now I think of it. I won't find him. I leave him alone.
Oh dear. Okay, so I've a couple of individual questions for you, okay?
Oh, yeah.
So, Michael, where did the inspiration for literal stone face come from?
Little what?
Where did the inspiration
Where
come
did the
from
inspiration come from?
Where did the inspiration come
from for Father Stone?
The inspiration for Father Stone?
Yeah.
You mean from the writers or from me? Or?
No, you channeled him, so where did,
It was from my stand-up act. When I did stand-up, I used to sort of deliver a one line and then just stare at the audience and not say anything till they laughed. And if they didn't, I just waited till they laughed. So I think that's where it came from, I think. I mean, I have a sort of, it's the moustache and eyebrows kind of make the face kind of stony, if you like. So it wasn't really inspiration, it was just the way I was created. I couldn't do anything about it.
He made no effort at all.
No. Well,
That's what he was trying to say.
It took me a good 4 weeks to grow the moustache, so that was a bit of an effort.
And was it difficult to kind of keep the straight face?
No, well, it's, as I say, apart from the toilet scene, it wasn't, because also you realise that their filming costs a fortune, so you can't muck about. You know, if they have to keep doing retakes, they get really annoyed with you. So, and also the fact that I didn't have much to say, it was quite easy. I mean, saying I'm fine, or yeah, how's Father Shortall? He must be what, 105 now, I suppose. You know, wasn't really very difficult. So, did somebody say something? No. What? Sorry, Nate, sorry, beg your pardon. Yes.
Get it right.
Yes. I'm very sorry. Apologies, everyone. I think I'll leave now.
Okay, so my next question for Ben.
Go on.
Obviously, you went into the toilet for a couple of minutes to try and
Yeah.
get this character out, but where did the inspiration for your character come from?
Well, I know a couple of things, and one is that you can't be, if you're playing a boring person, you can't be boring. That's not possible. And really boring people are quite busy. They're active, you know. And I really like the idea of somebody who's so self-obsessed that they don't care if you're there or not. They just go on and on and on. And I thought that was very good. And I love the idea of no eye contact. I thought that was great. Somebody who's just scooting around the place and couldn't care less. And if you're gone, it carries on. I thought for me, it was about making it a really active person. So it was the opposite, really. And I think that was great fun. So when I came up and went upstairs to do it, and, you know, we were doing the numbers. You can get all the numbers, you know, 47, 92. I went on for about a minute and a half. And they said, that's great. And they were all laughing. It was great. And I said, can you just make it a bit tighter? Because, you know, we have to get off before the news. And that, so the character really came from just knowing that you've got to sort of, you've got to be active. I mean, I come from an acting background, so for me it's developing a character. These guys, you know, I have stand-up behind them. I didn't do that, so I'd done a lot of improv stuff, so writing stuff was easy. But most of it was to do with just making sure it hits, and it'll just keep going forever. And you'll open up a door in 10 years, and the guys will still be in there talking about heating or boilers or, you know, chicken dinners or whatever.
Numbers.
Thanks very much.
Okay, so Patrick, over the course of the last, like, it's 25, 26
25
years?
now, yeah.
Years. How many jumpers or cakes have you been given?
Quite
over
a
that
few,
time frame?
yeah. I like the jumpers and I like the cakes, but not the jumpers in cakes, obviously.
Yeah.
But yeah. But for me, I was just playing myself really and doing doing my persona from stand up. That was it, like I said earlier, you know. And again, a bit like yourself, I did. Not making eye contact was a big thing for Owen, especially when we went into the room. Just not making eye contact and be completely distracted and walking around and turning my back and all of that was a big thing for Owen. Just to be detached from them and in his own world. And just very, and a funny thing as well, I remember, I get hungry very quickly. So like Owen, I'd say they probably got that, like, I'm hungry, where's the jam? I'd say that came from just me, observing me. Because I'm starved, you know, I could just get starved and all. I'm hungry now, actually, I'm starving.
Has anyone got any cake?
I can't believe you actually did genuinely sell jumpers. Were you good? Were you a good jumper sales?
What's that mean? People sell jumpers, Michael.
Did you have a sales spiel though?
Huh?
Did you have a sales spiel for selling jumpers?
Yeah, I did. How are you doing? Are you looking? What size would you be? I'd say you're a large. Do you want a crew neck or a cow neck or something? Yeah. No, I'll try it on. Yeah, that's it.
That's very good. That's impressive.
Not bad.
Yeah.
Okay, so you know, you did that. What's the best material for a good jumper?
Or wool. Listen, wool. Yeah, I can see acrylic mile away. That's acrylic.
That's
yeah.
acrylic,
and
yeah.
well, it has to be cool, you know. And yeah, acrylic. We sold mohair, Angora, and all that. But I suppose, yeah, maybe the mohair and Angola breathe a bit more. You know, it's slightly lighter. But the acrylic mixes I don't like because they do sag. And don't wash them and don't hang them up. Put them down flat to dry, will you?
Christ, you do really know
don't
what you're
put
talking about.
wool
don't
in the
you?
dryer. Come on.
There was a show a number of years ago, and I'm going to direct this to Michael and Patrick. There was a wrestling show a number of years ago in the Tivoli
We don't like
Theatre.
to talk about that.
You mean the thing we did live?
Yes.
That was dreadful, yeah.
That was OTT wrestling.
Yeah.
And it was a show called Ted.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was an
What
absolute
was that like?
It was an absolute horrible disaster. Because they had it. This guy tried to mix wrestling and
Stand up.
and stand up between Pat, myself, and Joe. But it was an actual wrestling ring with 4 sides, and they were all just there to see wrestling, and you had to get into this ring, but you had audiences. The audience was on 4 sides, there, and there, so you had to sort of keep turning around and doing gags, and just nobody was listening, and all the gags died on their arse, and it was just bloody horrible, really. So yeah, it was a disaster.
But we didn't know we were going to do wrestling. We went down and we said, we'll do the stand-up, and then they said, no, you have to do wrestling. And so we had to rehearse. By the way, this is a secret. Wrestling is all made up, right? I'm sorry. Oh, look, I've ruined it now. But yeah, so we had to rehearse the wrestle. Yeah. And someone had to grab my crotch because I've no willy in the show. And that was embarrassing. And so I had to hit someone with a chair and all that. I mean, I didn't mind it so much. You were the referee.
Was I?
I think you were, yeah.
Yes,
Joe had to fight, and I fought a woman.
Father Stone was definitely the referee.
Yeah.
Was I?
Yeah.
I think I just blotted out of my mind the whole thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I had to hit someone with a chair. Yeah. And it was great. I did get to get frustrations out. I didn't mind it, actually. Yeah, I didn't mind. I wouldn't mind wrestling. Yeah.
I never heard of this before. That sounds awful.
It was awful, yes.
I'm so glad I live abroad.
Were any of you there? Were any of you at it by any chance? No? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. We have to have somebody up from the audience to do it, though. We'll throw you from one to the other.
Any wrestling volunteers?
Any small people in the audience?
He's got claws. He's not getting up here.
So you want us to throw you from one of us to the other? Okay, we'll give it a go then. Do you want to do that?
Just gonna wrestle.
This could end horribly. Is there any doctors in the audience? Can you get up there? Why are you wearing gloves, as a matter of interest? Wolverine. Oh, see, okay. Go hand up.
Wolverine.
Let's
Good man. Round of applause. Come on up.
Penny,
No, he's not allowed. Not insured. We're not insured.
Sorry about that.
He's not insured.
We can do it outside in 10 minutes. I'll be the referee, okay?
Out the back.
I'll just push you back into your seat.
I do have some
you later.
experience.
That looks horrible now. That looks in a... Wow.
Yay! Okay. Are there any more questions from the audience?
Come on.
One more. No?
Yes,
That's Mrs. Doyle is here,
So there's a guy here.
ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, Mrs. Doyle, one second.
Now, she's up the back there.
If it was made today in today's society with kind of all the wokeness and all, would it float?
With wokeness.
Would it hold up today if it was made today with all the kind of cancel culture and wokeness that's about the place again?
I mean, like, there's a few things. There's a few scenes, like, I think, that I'm not sure if they're cut or they had to acknowledge, and I think there probably is an acknowledgement before. I think there's a scene where there's a bit of blackface where the 3 priests from Rugged Island played the Supremes. And so I think there might be a warning before that. Would I say I've no willy now? I don't know.
Well, I think you've said it about 10 times today, so.
I've no willy. But probably not. You probably would. Look, definitely years ago, I worked on different shows, and we never gave a flying shite about what we said, the language. We didn't care. On RT say, yeah, Firehead, not now. No way would you get away with most of that now. No, the Savage Eye stuff, not in a million years.
That was quite...
Yeah, hard hitting.
On the line there.
Ted wasn't really hard hitting, though, was it?
No.
It was a different thing.
Now, is Mrs. Doyle, is she still there?
Where's Mrs. Doyle?
Has she got a question?
She's up there.
Hey!
We'll take Mrs. Doyle as the last question, I think.
Does she?
Can you have a cup of tea, lads?
No, thanks, I'm fine.
If it has beer in it.
Go away.
Oh, yeah.
I don't want to catch the menopause.
Okay, Les, well, before we finish up, I'm wondering if you'll indulge me and give me your best line each.
God, now. Ask yourself. There you go.
I'm here all day. Well, unless there's a fire.
It's exactly the same. It's exactly the same.
Nothing's changed.
I've said all mine 10 times already.
Yes, you have.
Yeah.
But what's your favorite one?
I can have you killed.
There you go.
Ladies and gentlemen, a massive, massive round of applause for the cast of How to Ted.
Thank you.
On your knees.
Okay, chop it off.
Chop it off. Let's do it. Oh, we got him now! You know what? I'm thinking there are probably sharper stairs somewhere else.
We're thieves, but we help the wrong person steal the wrong thing and unleash the greatest evil the world has ever known.
The Red Wizards created an army of the undead.
Sounds lovely.
Quite the opposite. I know I was being ironic.
I find irony is a blade that cuts he who wields it most especially.
You're not a lot of fun, are you? How are we gonna pull this off?
We're gonna need a team.
You need cool air.
Follow me to the orifice.
Back to school air.
The orifice? I'll go last.
Let's go. I don't mind that. He missed.
Oh, that's not good.
Aren't you sick of failing? We could die.
There's worse things than dying. I lost everything that ever mattered to me, and if we quit now, that's for nothing.
I don't want to see you die, which is why I'm going to leave the room.
This ends now.
The bridge is protected by an ancient trap. We must not trigger the mechanism.
I may have triggered the mechanism. So, sorry.
And as you look closer at these corpses, they almost appear to be moving. But it is not the corpses that live. Oh no. It's the flesh-gorged rats that after feeding run and scurry by your feet.
Hello, my name is Neil Gaiman and I wrote a novel called The Ocean at the End of the Lane. The National Theatre has turned my book into a stage play in London's West End, directed by the incredible Katie Rudd, and it's going to be touring the UK and Ireland. I am thrilled that you, if you're in the UK or Ireland, are going to have the opportunity to see this amazing story up on a stage. It's about life, it's about memory, it's about magic, it's about heartbreak, it's about what the universe is, and it's about childhood, and it's about wonder. And it's not like anything else that I've ever been involved in. It's not like anything else I've ever seen in the theatre. It's a fabulous adventure like nothing else you've seen. See you there.
Auditorium here.
Are we ready? I can't hear any of you. There we go. Well, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Matt Lintz.
Hey guys, happy to be here. It's my first time here. It's great. It's
I was
going. It's
gonna
very
say,
cold. Very
Yeah, it was
cold.
your first time in Ireland, and you have pretty much gotten the Irish weather experience.
Yes, I
All
have.
4 seasons in one day.
Yes, it's
That
been
is very traditionally Irish, right?
went from rain to no rain to snow to who knows what. I was in summer weather over where I'm from, so it was very interesting going from being at a pool with the sun to snow and in a matter of 20 hours or whatever it was.
Well, at least hopefully you packed a lot of layers because you
Oh,
will
I
need
did. I
them.
did. I almost forgot. So I was like gonna pack like how I would if I was going somewhere like in the States where it's kind of warm right now. And I looked at the weather and I was like, no, can't do that. Yeah, it's not gonna happen.
Yeah, March, it is like that Simpsons joke of lousy smart weather.
Yeah, yeah.
But so this isn't your first convention. You've actually been doing quite a few over the
Yeah,
last few
yeah,
years. Like,
yeah.
what is it about conventions that you enjoy so much?
I think it's just the fans, the people, like just hanging out, going to new places, meeting new people, and you know, a lot of people have that, you know, excitement of shows and stuff like that, and it's always so fun to meet those people, feel the same way as me.
Yeah, because your career, you were very young when you started your career. And I'm going to utter a sentence that I think many people here are just going to go, oh, I feel so old. Because I know when I say it, I'm going to feel very old. You were 21.
21, yes.
And one of your first roles, maybe even the first role, was it Halloween 2 in
Yes,
2009?
it was. That was my very first role ever.
How old were you?
I was 5.
He was
4,
5 in
yeah.
Halloween.
No, I might have been older. I might have been 6 or 7. But yeah, that was a while ago.
And I was rewatching it recently, and I was kind of like, that kid actually looks a bit familiar. And then I just happened to be looking at your IMDb a couple of days later, and I went, that was him. So
Yeah.
you were the kid in the clown costume who
Yes.
runs into Mike Myers.
Yes, and it was. We filmed that at like 3 in the morning, and my mom was angry because I was like a little kid. It was past my bedtime, and she was also mad because it was this big scary man who was a giant. And all I remember from that though is there were people like lining the streets like to watch what was going on. I had no idea what was going on. But then I met, you know, Rob Zombie and, you know, all these other people, and it was for me it was fun because I got to, you know, dress up in a clown costume as a little kid, so that was fun. Yeah.
Because I was going to say, like, how much were you aware of what you were making at that time, or did
I
they
had
keep it
no
very like
idea.
secluded for you?
Yeah, no, I had no idea what it was. And they were all so nice to me. I barely knew it was like a horror movie. I was just there to have fun and, you know, be in a movie or whatever. Yeah.
Because with it being your first role, you were probably just so excited that, yes, okay,
Oh,
you might have
yeah.
been filming at 3 o'clock in the morning, but
Yeah.
you weren't going to be able to
I think
sleep.
I was more excited that I was up past my bedtime. That was probably more than, you know, filming the movie. But it's been a while since I did that. Yeah.
Well, you went from one horror film to a horror series then with The Walking Dead, which, you know,
Yes.
again, for someone who is younger coming onto a show like that, there are some bits that you might sort of be a bit cautious of because it can be quite scary for younger people.
Yeah, no. Well, I grew up on the show basically. So my sister played Sophia in seasons 1 and 2. So I was on set like day 1 of when they were filming that, and so I knew the cast. And then, funny enough, my brother got on the show in season 7, 8, and part of 9. And when they decided, spoiler alert, when they decided to do a time jump, we were kind of we had known when they were filming the first part of season 9 that they were doing it, and we were kind of joking. They should bring me in because I'm the older brother. And funny enough, they did. Yeah, AMC approached me about it, and it kind of worked out. Now, I wasn't gonna do it if Maxon didn't want me to, because, you know, it's his role, and I don't want to intrude on that. But he ended up being the most supportive person. So going on to that, it was like a family, and you know, having the blessing of not only, you know, visiting those sets and becoming friends with them, but actually now working with them was a really cool thing for me.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, it literally became a family affair.
You know, yeah, exactly. It was a family thing, and we only have a few more siblings and family members to go, and then it's you know, complete.
There's a couple of spin-offs. Maybe they'll get
Yeah,
cast
you
on
never
that.
know, right? You never know.
And with that role as well, especially because, you know, your brother was already doing it, did you want to try and like put your own twist to it?
No, I mean, it was interesting because you had to take into account it's been 6 years or 5 years, however long. So what's changed in the character, what's stayed the same. And going back to rewatching season 8, which is what I did just to get a grasp on the character and who he was. He was a really young kid, so I did have a bit of leeway on how I wanted the character to be, but also I wanted to be true to Max and what he created as Henry in the previous seasons. Yeah.
So around the same time then, or at least when they were being released, you had a series which I absolutely adored, The Alienist.
Yes, yeah, I did that.
Because
Yep.
you actually, and then you went from the States to Hungary to film that, wasn't it?
Yes, I did. It was very jarring because I lived my whole life in the same house in Atlanta and
Oh wow, so
moving to
you
Hungary.
literally filmed on your doorstep for The Walking Dead then.
Yeah, I did, and same with Miss Marvel, which is funny enough. But yeah, going across the world for that, I was there a year, and it was just like it was scary. It was really scary because I was leaving all my friends, and I was just in high school. I was like a freshman in high school, and I was super excited about that. That went out the door, and moving with my mom there was very it was scary, but also like thinking back on it was so fun, and the memories I made there are gonna last forever.
Did you get a chance to talk to Dakota Fanning at all? Because of course
Yeah, I worked with
she was like so much younger when she started her career as well.
Yeah.
So she would have been a great person to probably ask questions about
Yeah,
because
yeah,
she's
yeah.
gone and made that jump from child star to adult star.
Yeah, no, she was great. I love working with her. I mean, all of them. I mean, every single person on that cast was great, and it was like a free acting workshop working with them, just studying what they do and how they do it. But Dakota's a great person, and I was lucky enough to work with her.
Yeah, the scenes with Daniel Bruhl in particular always used to stand out to me because he always seems to be a great scene partner.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming that's
Oh,
true to life.
he is so nice, and I haven't seen him in a while, but I hope I get to see him soon because I remember just watching him in between takes and like studying what he was doing, and he's one of the best actors on the planet. So yeah.
I always remember seeing him in Goodbye Lenin.
Yeah.
Such
Yeah.
a great film. If anyone hasn't seen it yet, do. It's brilliant. But of course, there's a nice tie in there with yourself and Daniel because would you potentially have been auditioning for another role around that time, something MCU like?
Oh, are you talking about
The one that maybe you didn't get?
Oh no, that was actually before. If you're talking about Spider-Man,
I am talking about Spider-Man.
So
So Chandler Riggs actually dubbed you in on that because he was here last year and he was just like, oh yeah, like I went for Spider-Man too. Oh no, but this guy, he got much further than I did.
I was in the final 4 or 5 actors for that, which is crazy. But that was before. So I was filming a movie with Matthew McConaughey called The Free State of Jones, and during filming that, I auditioned for Spider-Man. I'd ever done. Like it was like 5 auditions with fake sides and fake characters, and then they sent another scene. It was a different thing, and then we got to the final group. They all flew us, or in my case, I just drove because that's where I lived, to the sound stages, and we did an actual scene with Robert Downey Jr., which was the craziest thing ever. And like, all I remember is being like in hair and makeup, and you hear this helicopter above, and people were like saying, "Oh, that's Robert Downey Jr." It was. He literally flew in a helicopter to read off camera for us. And it was funny enough because I did that, and then I went on to do some other stuff, and then 6 or 7 years later, I'm in the same soundstage filming for Marvel for a different thing. It was a really weird thing that happened, but yeah, it was great.
It was nicely serendipitous.
Yeah, it was very. It felt like everything came full circle of like, yeah, I was meant to be in Marvel.
I also just love the fact that Tony Stark himself kind of like got there in character. So like Robert Downey Jr. came in a helicopter because
he's one of the nicest people I've ever met, like in the acting business. He literally is Tony Stark. He's great.
He always seems to also look after a lot of like the younger actors that he meets.
Yeah.
So like was he like giving you guys tips when he was trying to like in between reading off camera?
The thing is it was very like tense and serious because there's like like 6 of us and like, hey, we all want the same role. So it was like we all went in at separate times. But I remember like my mom and I was so nervous, but then I kind of got to the point where I was like, I'm just gonna like who cares, right? So I got in on set, and I was meeting the producers. I met the directors, and I met the Russo brothers, and they're like, "Hey man, like they were super nice. They're like, do you want to go over the scenes at all?" And I was like, "No, I'm good. I just like I'll do it like when I when we do it." And I was talking to RDJ, and I was like, "Hey man, like I don't even know I don't know why I said this, but I was like, like Scarlett Johansson, I have a really big crush on her. So like if we're going through the scene, I might want to just like go off script and just like add something." And we get through the scene, and like obviously I'm playing it how it is, but then he brings up like, "So what do you think about Black Widow?" And then we went on this whole rift of like ad-libbing. It was a fun time. Yeah.
Because like I'd say a group of young guys all vying for the same role, which is such a big role as well. Like what was the vibe like actually in the waiting room to go in?
Well, no, I mean it was fine. I mean I was talking. We were there hours, so I was talking to a bunch of them. There was a ton of kids, or not a ton, but like I mean Asa Butterfield was there was a ton of people there. So it was like big names. And I mean no, I mean it was tense, but also like we have a lot of respect for each other, and like we got very far. So
I was also gonna be like, who else was there?
yeah. I don't Judah Lewis, Asa Butterfield, Tom, and some others, a few others, and yeah.
Well, look, as you already said, it all worked out in the end. You managed to join the MCU.
Yes, I did. Yeah.
And I know Encanto will say no, but we shall talk about Bruno.
Yeah.
I've been waiting far too long to make that joke. So how did that all come about? Was it a case of they already kind of had you on file from auditioning for Spider-Man, or was it a case of there was a casting call?
It was maybe, but it was more or less auditioning. So I had just come off The Alienist, and I had just come off The Walking Dead, and I almost quit acting. I was like, oh, I'm done. Like, I'm gonna go to school. It's just whatever. So I knew I was gonna take an extended break, and I did. I took a year and a half off, went to school, and my first audition back was something for Marvel, and I was like, oh yeah, like of course I have to do this, and I almost didn't do it, but it was Marvel, and I didn't know what it was, but I was gonna do it, and I did the audition, and I remember getting out of it. I was like, oh, that's literally the worst audition I've ever done in my life. It was terrible. And then 5 weeks later, or whatever it was, I got a call that I was testing for it. And it was all online at this point because of COVID. And I ended up getting it, and I had to drop out of school, and then went straight into pre-production, which was very jarring. It was just interesting because I remember my first day of pre-production, it was just me and Amon, who plays Miss Marvel, and it was at the same sound stages where I tested for Spider-Man. So now I'm there working, and I remember walking into one of the stages, and it's like literally two of the producers, two of the execs, the two directors, and Amon just sitting at a table in this big. It'd be like a room this size, but just think of like one like small table like in the middle, and that's what it was. And we spent weeks, 2 weeks, 3 weeks just rehearsing and discussing and going over characters and the relationship between Bruno and Kamal. It was crazy. Then we went on to film, and that was even crazier. But yeah.
I always find that you can almost tell when a team has actually spent the time to rehearse a lot, because for your relationship, it's supposed to be your lifelong friend.
Oh yeah,
and like
yeah,
if you've just
exactly.
met a person, you can't just
Yeah,
rock on up
exactly.
and do that. So I did hear that you guys actually put a lot of effort into that.
Yeah, no, I mean it was the key thing because the show is about this girl and obviously her getting powers and becoming superhero, but it's also just who she is and her friends and school and the relationship with Bruno. Like they've known each other their whole lives, as you just said. So building that relationship, what would they do? Did they have a handshake? Like there's certain things that they would do as best friends. So we really, really worked on that. And I'm happy with how it came out.
I thought it was really sweet actually, because you were both so big fans of like the MCU beforehand,
Yeah,
and your
yeah.
characters are kind of
Yeah,
like
no, well,
fanning out as like
Amon is the biggest fan. She's a super fan in real life, and not her character. Like she is Kamala, and I'm a huge fan. I've watched every single Marvel project. I've grown up on it, so I was a fan too, but not like her. Yeah.
How did you find it when you were promoting the series, not spoiling certain aspects?
Oh, I
of
mean,
it?
it's horrifying. It's like you think of the horror stories that have happened in the past, and even I didn't do some interviews because I was like I can't. If I were to spoil something, it would be the worst day of my life.
You'd be getting like that text message from Kevin Feige.
Oh
You'd
yeah,
be like strike one.
exactly. So that was always very scary. Yeah.
And for you now, looking at the how it all sort of started, because Ms. Marvel, it was like a brand new thing. And yes, okay, there were a couple of the execs that you were familiar with from the Spider-Man process, but it was a brand new thing. So was it a very different dynamic as opposed to with The Walking Dead, because they were a couple of seasons in when you joined. So it was
Yeah.
kind of almost like a well-oiled machine. Were there any
Well,
of
that's
those
what I
like
was-
kinks
yeah.
to sort of like roll that out?
Well, the thing with it is yeah, I mean, Walking Dead was like one of the most well-oiled machines, and going into Marvel, that is a very well-oiled machine. But they were doing movies. This was the first time they were doing like a show, so it was very new and different for them, and me included. So going on to that, it had the same vibe, but also it was a very new feeling of this is a new superhero that no one's seen, and also Marvel really hasn't done any TV shows. Well, back then they didn't, so it was a new take on it. Yeah.
You said before that you were really proud to be part of the series because it's so important for there to be that kind of representation in the franchise as
Mhm.
well. And are you excited to see now where they're going with it?
Oh, 1,000%. Yeah, no, I remember joining it and being like, I wouldn't want to be on anything else. It's so important, and the representation of that and all that comes with that is so amazing, and for it to finally be in Marvel, and Marvel is like the biggest company in the world, and for I think it was very inspiring for tons of little girls and everyone, you know what I mean, and just to be a part of that and have a part in that was great.
Have you seen any Bruno cosplays yet on your
Yeah, I
convention
have.
travels?
Yeah, I remember
That
at the
must be so
premiere.
trippy.
I remember at the premiere there was a ton. It was so weird to see that, but I have seen some. Yeah.
Fab. Now, are you allowed to say what's next for yourself and Marvel and Bruno?
Yeah, so like regarding Marvel, they have snipers at every corner here, so I can't say much
Oh
about
yeah,
that.
I let them in earlier.
Yeah, no, they're waiting, so I can't say much about that. I will say I love the character. I would love to come back as the character. I think there's a lot more story to tell. That's all I'll say about that. But other than that, nothing right now. Just chilling. Taking time into myself, doing these amazing conventions, meeting you amazing people, and stuff like that.
Yeah, I saw that you were actually doing some traveling there recently. You were in Paris.
Yeah, I took
Lovely.
my girlfriend there. That was I'd never been there either, so I've been traveling a lot the past year and a half.
Nice. Well, now's the time to do it. When you're like, still young and able to do
Exactly.
it and have the time.
Exactly.
But look, who else has some questions for Matt? Don't be shy. We have a couple of microphones on either side here. So what we tend to do is if you line up at them, then we kind of go one to one to one to one. Don't be shy. He doesn't bite. It's always the way. There's always one that will kick it off, and then more people will come up. Perfect. Off you go.
I got a two-part question for you. First, what was your favorite scene to film in Miss Marvel? And then what was your favorite scene to view as a fan?
Favorite scene to film was the dance sequence, probably in episode, I think it's 3, because the funny story about that is we knew there was a huge dance sequence for the wedding, and at the start I heard about it. I didn't read the script or anything, so I was like, oh, like I probably won't even be in it. I'll just be off the side, but it'll be cool to like watch it. But no, I get a call from them. They're like, hey, this weekend you need to go rehearse with other people. I'm like, what do you mean rehearse? I'm like, for the dance. I'm like, oh, I'm in it. Like, oh, okay, cool. So then I go from not thinking I'm in it to I'm a part of it. That's cool. So then we go to the rehearsal. We meet the amazing choreographers for it. I'm like, oh, like I'll just sit in the back, and they come up to me specifically. I'm like, why are they walking to me? And they're like, hey, Matt, so you're actually going to be in the center with Amon, and you're going to be, one of the main dance parts of it. And I'm like, oh, well, funny enough, guys, I don't dance. So maybe we should, not do this at all. But it ended up being fine. And basically, Bruno's he's a very awkward, he's just awkward in a lot of ways. And I think it played well because I'm very awkward when it comes to dancing. And it ended up being great, and rehearsing. And then on the day, it was so fun being with all our friends, dancing, whatever. So that was probably my favorite scene to shoot. Favorite scene to view in the show. Ooh, man. There's some tough ones. Maybe the finale when she says "Embiggen" because it's such a big part of the comics. But also all the Mr. Wilson scenes were really funny with Amon and him, and I think. But no, I'm gonna go with the Embiggen in the finale. That's my favorite. Yep.
So do you think you've been inspired now to maybe like if Dancing with the Stars called?
Oh yeah, no, you couldn't pay me to do that, but yeah, I don't think anyone wants to see that either.
I kind of do now.
Yeah, well.
Any more questions? Come on. Is that one there? Here we go.
I know we're talking about Marvel, but why don't we jump to the enemy ship a little? And if you were to be cast in the DC, what character would you?
Oh, I already
play?
have it. I want to be out Damian Wayne or Robin. I love those characters. I think they're so cool. And the characters in DC are so amazing, and I love Marvel too. But I can love both. Okay, I love DC. I love Marvel. I think Damian Wayne or one of the Robins would be really cool.
All right, thank you.
Well, you've timed that well because, of course, James Gunn is looking for
I know,
a
hey,
Damian
I'm ready to go.
Wayne.
Let's do it. Let's do
So,
it.
hang on, we're going to go right down the middle here. There is a live stream, so go on, pitch it to James Gunn.
Yeah, James Gunn, come on, man. Just give me an audition, and we can make it happen.
And I love what you said there, like, I'm allowed like both. And it's like, you are. And even like James Gunn, I think, is a great example of that. He even had did you see this? He had a softball game at his wedding.
No, I did not.
Did everybody else see this? He had a softball game at his wedding, and it was Team Marvel versus Team DC.
Oh, that's hilarious.
And
Yeah.
Michael Rooker played on both teams.
That's
as you
funny.
do, as you do. What is it about the character of Robin that appeals to you so much?
I don't know. I think just he's a badass, and there's not much more to it other than that. And I think the whole Batverse, Batman. I just saw Robert Pattinson's the Batman for like the third or fourth time on the flight over here. I think just that whole universe is so cool, and the villains in those movies and in comics and stuff are just really cool. I think it'd just be fun.
For Spring Edition last year, we actually had Barry Keoghan in to
Oh,
talk
no
about,
way.
and it was the weekend the film came out.
Yeah.
So then we had to sit here, and he sort of looked at me. He's like, "I can't say anything."
Yeah.
So it was like trying to like avoid any
Avoid
spoilers
all
for
of
that.
Exactly.
But like that, he's like he actually really liked. He was always talking about Nightwing and things like.
Oh, yeah, no,
So he's like, I got
characters are so
I got
sick.
into the DC eventually in a
Yeah.
different way. But yeah, I always find myself with those characters. I always find you've got a bit more probably playful freedom with Robins and Nightwings and things like that than you would with Batman.
Yeah, exactly.
Anybody else? Come on. Here we go.
Yeah, just wondering. Sorry, Mike. Yeah. Just wondering, did you read much of the comics to prep for the role, or was it just kind of putting your own spin on the character?
Oh no, I read a ton. Yeah. When I booked it, the first thing I did was I went and bought like all the issues I could and read through all the stuff. And I'd never heard of the character or read the comic. I'm not a big comics person, anyways. But getting the chance to read that and read all these amazing characters, and it was very fun because I was reading and taking all these characters, and I'm like, I'm literally going to work with these people very soon, and I did. I read a ton. But there were certain things we didn't want to bring from the comics to live action, and that's what we kind of discussed in pre-production and stuff like that. But yeah, read a ton of comics.
I run the risk of having a little bit of a spoiler warning here, but of course, one of the big changes from the comics to the series was using the M word to describing her.
yeah.
So was that a surprise to you when you were
Of course
reading
it was. Well, so we did initial filming, and it originally wasn't even in that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, no. But when we went back for reshoots, it was pretty extensive reshoots. A lot. We did a lot again. And it was one of my last few days filming on the reshoots, and there was this scene, like it's the last scene in the show. It's like the post-credit scene, whatever. And it's like we have the car or whatever, we're talking, but then there's a line that Bruno says, and it's like there's nothing. It's just like a blank thing, and then it goes to the next line. And I'm like, hey, if I'm doing this scene, I probably need to know what that says. And they're like, oh, no, it's okay. We'll talk to you about it. We'll talk to you about it. I'm like, okay. So then we get to filming, and we're about to film. And we're like in rehearsal. And I'm like, guys, I need to know the line. If like, how am I going to do the scene if I don't know the line? And then they pull me aside and like, yeah, and I don't want to spoil it, but they were like, you're going to say this. And I was like, oh, okay. Oh, I see why it's not in the script right now. So we did it, and they were like, you're literally introducing said people into the MCU. And I was like, yeah, that's pretty surreal.
No pressure.
Yeah. It was very like insane. Yeah.
One thing I've always liked is how Marvel are kind of able to adapt their own properties in a way that makes sense for what they're making.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I think it worked.
Oh, I think it did too. Yeah.
Anybody else? Come on. Oh, perfect. There we go.
Yeah. Hi. I was just going to ask about that particular word and just, yeah. So, like, were you tempted to say, "What's going on? What does any of that mean? Where is it going?" You know what I mean with that, or were Marvel just like, "Well, just say the line"?
Oh
and
yeah, no, I
that's
mean,
it?
you of course. I mean, yeah, I wanted to know what they're gonna do with it. They don't even tell me stuff about my show, you know. And like they're always, you know, Kevin Feige has a plan, and he's gonna stick to that plan and not tell anyone. So I think that's the beauty of it all, because even on our show, we didn't know what was going on half the time, but it always leads to a good surprise. So I'm excited to see what they do with it.
Did they ever keep any of the scripts from you guys until like the day before filming, or were you given
No,
everything?
it was more or less there was like 50 passcodes you had to get through. They sent us the scripts, but it was just very hard to view the scripts.
Nice. Yeah, because you were saying earlier that you didn't even know what you were auditioning for when you went in at first.
Yeah, no, yeah. In the audition, they don't tell you anything. Yeah.
What did you think it might be?
I had no idea. And now that you say that, I'm trying to think out what I thought it was, and I don't remember. But I just knew it was. It said Marvel, but it didn't say the. It didn't say. It was code names, fake scripts, fake characters. I was like, who? I didn't know who it was. Yeah.
You're like, none of this makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think there was someone standing there, and then they've sat down there. Go on. See, it's the blue hair. You stand out.
Is there any actor that you haven't already played with that you want to play with in the future?
Ooh.
Oh, there's too many, man. There's too many. I mean, Cillian Murphy's up there from Peaky Blinders. He's brilliant.
Nice homegrown hero.
But I mean, if you're going like Marvel, God, I don't know. Because I don't have favorites in anything. Like, I don't have a favorite color. I don't have a favorite food. I love a vast amount. So I think working with you know, any of these actors would be a blessing. But you know, Cillian Murphy's probably up there. But yeah.
Cillian Murphy is a great shout. Although, would you go as far as Dave Bautista and get a tattoo of him on your leg?
Oh, exactly. You're right. Yeah, you know, Dave. God,
Hang on, has everybody seen that? I love the story of him saying how he didn't want it to look too much like him, and then the minute he posts it, everybody goes, "So you've got a tattoo of Cillian Murphy on your leg?" And he goes, "I guess I do." Anybody else? Oh, here we go. I love how everyone's being so polite and staying in their seat until it's their turn.
If you had the choice to be any other character from The Walking Dead, who would it be?
If I had to choose another character to be, ooh, I don't know, like maybe Negan.
Ooh.
Yeah. Or no. You know, I'd be Shane. I'd be Shane. No, I'd be Shane. He's such a cool character.
See, now you've said Negan. Now my question's going to be like, who would you have hit over the head with the bat?
No, that's what I'm saying. I feel like I have all the power. Who knows, right? I mean, it's I don't know. I think just having all that power and crazy energy would be cool. Plus, I love JDM. He's a great guy.
Very, very cool. Anybody else? We have time for maybe two more. Don't be shy.
Don't be shy. I don't bite. Well,
I guess that might be it then.
might be it.
Listen, Matt, thank you so much. It's been an absolute pleasure. I'm dying to pick your brain more over the years about like everything else that's going on that you're not allowed to talk about. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Matt Lentz.
Thank you, guys. This is so fun.
We'll be back on the stage now in a bit with our next panel, so sit tight.
On your knees.
Okay, chop it off.
Chop it off. Let's do it. Oh, we got him now! You know what? I'm thinking there are probably sharper stairs somewhere else.
We're thieves, but we help the wrong person steal the wrong thing and unleash the greatest evil the world has ever known.
The Red Wizards created an army of the undead.
Sounds lovely. Quite the opposite. I know, I was being ironic.
I find irony is a blade that cuts he who wields it most especially.
You're not a lot of fun, are you? How are we gonna pull this off?
We're gonna need a team.
You need cool air.
Follow me to the orifice.
Back to school air.
The orifice?
I'll go last.
Let's go. I don't mind that. He missed.
Oh, that's not good. Aren't you sick of failing? We could die.
There's worse things than dying. I lost everything that ever mattered to me. And if we quit now, that's for nothing.
I don't want to see you die, which is why I'm going to leave the room.
This ends now.
The bridge is protected by an ancient trap. We must not trigger the mechanism.
I may have triggered the mechanism. So, sorry.
These little town blues are melting away. I'll make a brand new start of it in old New York. If I can make it there, I'll make it anywhere. It's up to you, New York, New York, New York, New York.
As they decompose. And as you look closer at these corpses, they almost appear to be moving. But it is not the corpses that live. Oh no. It's the flesh-gorged rats that after feeding, run and scurry by your feet.
You
Hello, my name is Neil Gaiman, and I wrote a novel called The Ocean at the End of the Lane. The National Theatre has turned my book into a stage play in London's West End, directed by the incredible Katie Rudd, and it's going to be touring the UK and Ireland. I am thrilled that you, if you're in the UK or Ireland, are going to have the opportunity to see this amazing story up on a stage. It's about life, it's about memory, it's about magic, it's about heartbreak, it's about what the universe is, and it's about childhood, and it's about wonder. And it's not like anything else that I've ever been involved in. It's not like anything else I've ever seen in the theatre. It's a fabulous adventure like nothing else you've seen. See you there.
On your knees.
Okay, chop it off.
Chop it off. Let's do it. Oh, we got him now. You know what? I'm thinking there are probably sharper stairs somewhere else.
We're thieves, but we help the wrong person steal the wrong thing and unleash the greatest evil the world has ever known.
The Red Wizards created an army of the undead.
Sounds lovely.
Quite the opposite.
I know, I was being ironic.
I find irony is a blade that cuts he who wields it most especially.
You're not a lot of fun, are you? How are we gonna pull this off?
We're gonna need a team.
You need cool air.
Follow me to the orifice.
Back to school air.
The orifice?
I'll go last.
Let's go.
I don't mind that. He missed.
Oh, that's not good. Aren't you sick of failing? We could die.
There's worse things than dying. I lost everything that ever mattered to me. And if we quit now, that's for nothing.
I don't want to see you die, which is why I'm going to leave the room.
This ends now.
The bridge is protected by an ancient trap. We must not trigger the mechanism.
I may have triggered the mechanism. So, sorry.
These little towns are melting away. I'll make a brand new start of it in old New York. If I can make it there, I'll make it anywhere. It's up to you, New York, New York, New York, New
Still love this song. As they decompose. And as you look closer at these corpses, they almost appear to be moving. But it is not the corpses that live. Oh no. It's the flesh-gorged brats that after feeding run and scurry by your feet.
Hello, my name is Neil Gaiman, and I wrote a novel called The Ocean at the End of the Lane. The National Theatre has turned my book into a stage play in London's West End, directed by the incredible Katie Rudd, and it's going to be touring the UK and Ireland. I am thrilled that you, if you're in the UK or Ireland, are going to have the opportunity to see this amazing story up on a stage. It's about life, it's about memory, it's about magic, it's about heartbreak, it's about what the universe is, and it's about childhood, and it's about wonder. And it's not like anything else that I've ever been involved in. It's not like anything else I've ever seen in the theatre. It's a fabulous adventure like nothing else you've seen. See you there.
nominated Ryan Hurst.
Yes, yes, it is he, it is I. I'm walking, they are watching me walking. I'm a professional walker.
Well, how's it going?
It's going beautiful. It's going be. How are you all doing? All right, I'm mildly comatose, audience. Fantastic. I'll leave you permanently comatose.
They're all just very polite.
Yeah.
So, how have you been finding Ireland so far?
Rainy, cold, then a little sunny, then snow for no reason.
Well, as I was saying to
I
Matt,
like it. It's kind of, it's well, we live on a very bipolar planet to begin with, so it's a par for the course.
I was actually saying that to Matt Lynn. So it's like, you've literally come at a time when it is the ideal Irish experience because we can get all 4 seasons in one day. And that is just a common thing in Ireland.
Yeah, I like it.
Well, as I said in the intro, you are now a BAFTA nominated actor.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
God of War has been an absolutely massive success, and there's been so much praise heaped on you for your performance as Thor. So have you been, surprised by hearing how well it's gone, or were you kind of just like, yeah, this is going to be the bomb?
No, I had no idea, to be totally honest. I mean, the creators of the show, right before COVID hit, like just as it was hitting, they approached me and they came over to my house and pitched me, the whole sort of storyline, and were showing the artwork, which I thought was phenomenal, and what the character was going to look like. And then, but like, when you're shooting it, because of the way that you shoot a video game, it's not like you get like a full script. So you just shoot and shoot and shoot and shoot and shoot. But the cast of the video game was so large that I didn't know, how large of a character Thor was actually in the game. And then when they started doing the marketing for it, they were like, like you're like one of the main characters, right? And I was like, what? And I was like, but there's like 50 people in this game. And they're like, no, but you're like the guy. And I was like, oh, cool. And then and I was just happy to see with all the marketing too, when you buy the God of War set, that comes with Mjolnir and the hammer and all that stuff. So I'm really happy the way that it turned out. And it was a great learning experience for me as an actor to do motion capture and the voice at the same time. Was fun.
That's what I was going to ask you, because I remember speaking to a few people who've worked in motion capture before, and they've kind of likened it more so to kind of working in theater and rehearsing in a theater space, because you literally have no props, no nothing else going on. It's literally just yourself. So I was going to say, you're nodding to say agreement. So I'm assuming you're agreeing with that statement.
Yeah. For me, it was a little bit different too, because that Thor's character, he was supposed to be bigger than everybody else. So it's difficult to describe, but you're in this space with these cameras that are sort of floating around, but then up above they have sort of a live feed, very rough animation of you. So my character was supposed to be, over 7 feet tall, but I'm shooting a scene with somebody who's, 6 feet tall or something like that. So I'd kind of have to watch myself as this larger version with a smaller character. And it was a bit more like operating a marionette than it was just acting. So that part was an interesting learning curve. But I had a blast doing it though. It was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun.
And acting is something that actually runs in your blood, because both of your parents your mum was an acting coach, I believe, and your father was in the Dukes of Hazzard.
Yeah.
So was this always the plan for you, or did you sort of think maybe you were going to, break the tradition?
It was always sort of in the cards. I mean, I wanted to be. I started off in comedy, whether you believe it or not. That's sort of where I started. But yeah, Dad was an actor, Mom was an acting coach, and I had a phenomenal acting professor throughout my childhood growing up, who was a professor at USC Drama School, which is one of the best drama schools in the United States, who taught me an encyclopedia of knowledge at a very, very early age. But yeah, it was always something that I felt like I could do pretty well, and that the parts that I gravitated towards the most were sort of more complex, interesting, they were characters or performances that I felt like I could offer something unique.
And I think you've just literally led into my next question because I think you had something very unique in a couple of roles very early on in your career where you actually got to star alongside some Hollywood icons. We've got Denzel Washington, Tom Hanks, Robin Williams. What things did you take from working alongside them? Because they were already like well into their careers at this point. So were there any observations that you made from each of them?
I'll tell you one of the stories that I like the most, which is first of all, Tom Hanks is a gorgeous human being. I just is everything that you think about Tom Hanks is correct. He's exactly that. But also, you know, when you're studying to be an actor, they have you do these kind of exercises to get rid of the nerves that you might have, and they're all really silly. You a lot of the times you'll hear actors going like red leather, red leather, yellow. Is doing all these sort of silly voice exercises that even as you're doing it, you always feel like an idiot while you're doing it. And I remember one of the first days that I was working with Tom on Lady Killers. I look over and he's doing all of them, and I look over at him and he says, "Yeah, I do all that stupid shit too." And I said, "Yeah, okay, all right." And then also just these little sort of like tricks of the trade or experiences that all actors have that you feel like are only happening to you. Like one of the things that happens as an actor a lot of the time is when you're shooting a scene is, I mean, they can only cover one side of the scene, so the camera's pointed at one actor and then it's at another, and then sometimes it's a 2-shot or a 3-shot or a wide shot. But inevitably what always happens is when the camera's not on you, it's your best performance, and then they turn the camera around onto you and you feel like you suck. And the same thing happened again with Tom Hanks. Is we were doing a scene and he had this long monologue with all this sort of this really antiquated vernacular to it, and he wanted it to be very sing-songy and to flow. And it was our coverage first, that we were shooting all of our stuff, and he just nailed it, and it turned around onto him and he could not get it. And he looked over at me and he said, "Don't you just freaking hate that? When they turn it around onto you, you just can't find the cards." And I said, "I know, man, I know."
When you guys did Lady Killers together, did he remember you from working on Saving Private Ryan?
Yeah, very
Because
sweet.
that scene when it's, of course, like you come in and you can't hear the comedic beats in that are just so perfect. Did you workshop that beforehand, or was that just it? You just did it.
No,
and it
I
worked?
knew it. I read the script and I was like, they wanted me to audition for all of these different roles, and I wasn't really interested. I felt like that there were other actors out there who could do a better job, but I was like, I looked at this one tiny thing and I said, first of all, it's the only really funny scene in the movie, and two, it's the guy who tells them where Private Ryan is. I was like, let me take that one. Like, I want to audition for that. And my agent was like, they're offering, they want you to audition for a larger role. And I was like, there's great people for that. I was like, I'll be the funny guy who comes in and tells them where they're going. I was like, that'll be fun. So yeah, and it was a beautiful experience. I auditioned on a Tuesday and they called me later that afternoon and said, can you get on a plane today? Got on a plane, flew over to just outside of London to Pinewood Studios, and they took me straight from the airport to the set, put me in my stuff and ran me out, and I did my scene. And it was so sweet. It was like I got there and there's 2,500 background actors, and Steven Spielberg says to me like, "Hey, you want to go have lunch?" And I said, "Yeah." So we went there and had lunch, and because I'm a cinephile, I'm just like sort of a movie nerd as he is also, infamously. And we sat there and just chatted and nerded it up about movies. And then after lunch, he said, "Well, we're going to finish up your scene, and then what about after that?" And I said, I don't know. I think they're here for like 10 days." And he said, "Well, why don't you come back?" So then for the next 9 days, it was, behind the monitor in Video Village was Steven Spielberg, the script supervisor, and me. And I would just sit there and watch, a maestro at work for 10 days and just sort of absorb you know, how he directs and what he sort of prioritizes as a director in and how fast he was you know, it was just it was a you know, it was a summer school for me just hanging out with him.
Yeah, like he is known as being like one of the best in the business of all time for a reason.
Yeah, yeah.
And another person who's known for being one of the best, of course, is the late Robin Williams. And the group therapy scene in Patch Adams.
Yeah.
He is just like a mile a minute going with
Yeah.
those jokes. And I'm assuming there must have been a lot more ad libs during that sequence because he is notorious for ad libs.
Oh yeah, well that is so when I was probably 7 years old, I had it in my mind that I wanted to become a stand-up comedian. And I remember back in the day when you could buy the VHS tapes or the beta tapes, and you know that you could basically only rent them. But if you wanted to buy a VHS tape of something, it cost like $350 in the United States to be able to actually buy it. And so I remember up for almost a year and buying the VHS of Robin Williams at the Metropolitan Opera House. And I would watch it over and over and over and over. I knew it from start to finish. I knew every breath of that, of his performance. And he was essentially my idol. Everything from, you know, Mork and Mindy to Popeye to you know, all of his sort of early work was, I was just with him. And then you know, it was like one of the second or third movies that I ever did, and I got to sit there and improvise with him. A lot of the stuff was cut from the movie. It was about 3 weeks that we were shooting. It was him and I, Alan Tudyk, and a few other actors, and we would just, you know, we would have a basic outline of the scene, but then it was just me improving, you know, with Robin Williams. And it was still to this day is one of, you know, the kind of like what I consider the crown jewels of my career. It was just an absolutely beautiful experience. And I remember when I first met him, I introduced myself and I said, "Mr. Williams, I'm Ryan. I'm going to be, you know, playing this character alongside of you." And I said, "I just need to tell you," I said, the 7-year-old version of Ryan Hurst was not out on his bike or sitting there, you know, having sleepovers with his friends. He was watching Robin Williams at the Metropolitan Opera House and memorizing every single syllable of it. And he grabs my hand, and I still remember this, it makes me cry a little bit. He grabs my hand and pulls it to his chest, and he puts my hand on his chest, and he says, "What you just said," he said, that will get me through today." And then he kind of like squeezed my hand and walked away. And it was just, it's one of those things, you know, is sometimes when you meet the people that you idolize, it can be a really rough introduction, and sometimes mwah.
Oh, that's so lovely.
Yeah.
And you ended up going sort of from comedy into the more serious roles. So
Mm.
what was the one that made you kind of think it's like, oh, maybe I'll start dipping more of a toe into these ones?
To be totally honest, is drama or action is a hell of a lot easier than comedy. Is it's because with drama, you know, there's it's easier to massage bad material. You know what I mean? Is and then that's sort of where you earn your money, so to speak. Is if you get a scene that's, you know, bronze and you want to make it into gold, there's a little bit of alchemy that needs to take place. So, but with comedy, you know, it's kind of it's more of an objective experience, which is you got to make people laugh. It's got to be funny. And sometimes when something's written a certain way and you don't think it's funny, the sort of workload that goes into making it funny can be a lot of work. So that's kind of where I transitioned, but that, and then also just luck of the draw that there was a lot of things that came my way that seemed to be more sort of drama oriented. So I just have been doing that for a while.
Well, there's two roles that I think a lot of people are probably going to be wanting to ask you questions about. But before I open up to the floor, we do have to touch on The Walking Dead and Sons of Anarchy.
Okay.
So Sons of Anarchy, Opie, was hands down, I think, a lot of people's favorite character in the series. What do you think it was, aside from being portrayed by you, that made people really and truly love him?
I think it was that people gravitate or have a certain amount of pathos towards characters who are the strong silent type. And that was always kind of something that was decided that I wanted the character to be. I remember I was watching Goodwill Hunting, and I saw that there was Ben Affleck, there was Matt Damon, there was Casey Affleck, and then always in every scene was Cole Hauser, sort of a redheaded fella, and I was always, and he barely said anything in the movie, and then I remember talking with Cole years later, and also with Ben Affleck, and saying like, why was Cole even in the movie? He didn't have any lines, and he said we wrote him all these lines, and he gave all of the lines to Casey, and 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 I asked him why he did that. He said because when there's 4 or 5 guys together, there's always one guy who doesn't say anything, but he's a presence, and I was like, that's what I wanted to present. Is when there's a strong silent type, it allows the audience some room to project their own experience onto what's happening. And I really have always, is that this is a motion picture, this is a visual medium. It's not necessarily always an auditory medium. So when you can just hold a shot on somebody and they're thinking something or going through something, it pulls the audience in. And I've always really, and I think that on a lot of levels is a way for an audience member to feel more engaged in the character, instead of them going like, here is what I'm feeling all the time about what's happening. Is that if you just let those moments breathe, if you let them play a little bit, that that the audience seems to connect with those characters more. So I've always liked that aspect of Opie.
We've been very fortunate here at Dublin Comic Con to have both Peter Weller and Ron Perlman join us. And they actually both describe the set as quite a macho set. So would you, I was going to say, would you agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, look, you get 9 guys together who and a bunch of motorcycles. It's going to be a lot of testosterone, but we all got along brilliantly. But it was a very different shoot. It's kind of like if anybody has ever watched the making of Apocalypse Now, and like it's called the Heart of Darkness, where there was just always this tinge of like, is somebody gonna die today? Like, it not it was just a very volatile, charged set all of the time. Which by the end of 5 years, they were like, oh, did you want to leave the show? I was like, well, I didn't not want to leave. It was rough on the nervous system, I'll tell you that much.
I'd say so. And like, there's a great outtake that I've seen, and it's yourself and Charlie are in this action sequence, and then whatever way the things happened, Charlie just ends up sitting on your knee, and the two of you just look at each other and be like, hi. It did actually just seem like, as much as it probably was a tough shoot at times, that you did all just really get along. And I think that was shown as well with how they honored you when you were finished.
No, it was very, very quick. That I remember it was probably the first or second episode when we were all sort of sitting around the table, and it was all of us in one scene. And I just remember kind of taking this mental snapshot. It must have been the first episode because the show hadn't come out yet. But I remember just looking around, and I've been in this business for 30 years now, and kind of looking at all these really powerful sort of journeyman character actors who I'd admired, I loved Kim's performance in Waterworld. I've been watching Mark Boone Jr. in everything forever. I mean, the guy has 400 credits to his name on IMDb, and I love him in every single one of them. And I just remember looking around the table and going like, whoa, this is kind of lightning in a bottle. Like, there's something going on here. I don't know what it is, but this is a very, very unique bunch of guys. And we are just as close today as we were back then.
When the samurai sword was coming at your face, was there part of you kind of going, this is a terrible idea?
No. Is what was funny was we would always the sort of hang out on the weekends and during hiatus was always at Charlie's house. Charlie lived about half a block from me. We lived very close together, so we would ride. We would ride every morning together to work, but he had these samurai swords at his house, and I was always playing with them because I just loved his swords. And then for a wrap gift for me when I left the show, they had this like professional sword maker make this sword for me, and it's gorgeous and it's in the sort of entryway of my house, and it was very very expensive, and so they gave that to me, and then it was maybe a month or so after I'd left the show, and and whenever an actor does a long stint on a show, they'll call it PPD, which is like post-production depression. It kind of comes to, it's that little bit of grieving that happens when you've like created a character and now you got to kind of put it to bed. So I was in that PPD period, and I just booked this other series, and they asked me for me to be clean shaven, and I was just like, I'm never clean shaven, but something's telling me to do this. And Charlie said, I think we gotta do this the right way. And I said, what do you mean? He said, why don't you come on over? And so we did this. It's sort of an old it's a bushido. It's a samurai tradition, which is like when a samurai retires, or they still do it in the sumo community. When a sumo wrestler retires, he'll kneel, and people who have supported him throughout his career will come up and snip off a little bit of his top knot and take it. And so we kind of followed the old samurai tradition of letting this warrior go and starting a new chapter.
I just love that story. I think it's great.
Yeah.
Well, listen, I'm not going to hold everybody back much longer. So if people do have questions for Ryan, we actually have microphones on either side here. So if you hop
on
up
there,
and because we won't be able to hear you otherwise. So if you don't mind, there's actually one right here and there's one there, and we tend to go one for one for one for one. All right. Well, actually, Paul is here, so we'll start with you.
Hey, Ryan. To me, you are Milligan.
Okay.
From the Mysterious Benedict Society. I just absolutely love that show. Gutted that it got cancelled on Disney.
Yeah, me too.
So can you talk a little bit about your experiences working on the show? I mean, Tony Hale, just what an incredible actor.
Yeah. That was one of the ones when I read the script, I was just bowled over. And then I met with the creators. And I said, well, what's the time? I mean, I had not read the young adult novels, but I'd read the script, and they just did this beautiful story that was really sort of honoring the interior emotional lives of children, that it wasn't sort of just talking down to children. It was really sort of honoring what it is to be a young adult sort of growing up. And I really took to that. And then I read some of Milligan's stuff, and I was just like, oh well, I can definitely play this. is this sort of protector of some very very special children? But while shooting the show, I said to them, well, like, what's the tone are you guys going for? And they said, well, imagine Willy Wonka, but directed by Wes Anderson. I was like, well, sign me up, because we're on the same page aesthetically there. So it was a blast to shoot. Tony is a genius. He is phenomenal. He can do no wrong. I love that guy.
Were you happy with how season 2 finished?
Yeah, I was very happy with. I thought that the second season, the show was much better than the first. I felt like it flowed better. I felt like it was quicker. I felt like the performances from the kids really, because the kids really bonded by the end of the first season. Yeah, it was a shame that they decided not to pick it up. I thought it had a little bit more legs to it.
Yeah, absolutely loved it. Gutted.
Yeah.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right. Next question is over here.
So, hello from France.
Hello.
We were wondering did you ride a bike prior to filming Sons of Anarchy, and are you still maybe riding a bike today?
Still riding a bike today, yes. Before Sons of Anarchy, no. So actually, my agent called me and said, and said, "Do you want to get paid to learn to ride a motorcycle?" I said, "Yes." And they said, and they said, "All right, we'll send over the script." I said, "I need no script. If they're going to pay me to learn to ride a motorcycle, the answer is yes." So that's how I got the job for Sons of Anarchy. Was I said just send me the sides and I'll go in there and get it, and that's what I did. So that's how it all started. Was a want to learn to ride a motorcycle and to be paid to ride said motorcycle.
I love that. I actually always love Ron Perlman turning around and saying that he drives a Tesla and he was like, and I hate motorcycles.
Yeah, yeah. Poor Ronnie. You know, they gave him this bike that had no, they're called risers, which is like, which separates the wheel from where the handlebars are, and the higher the bars, the easier it is essentially to balance the bike. And Ron had an old school bike that had no risers. So to have no risers on a bike and to be a taller person with a higher center of gravity, it doesn't bode well. So poor Ronnie, he crashed more times than anybody else, and it was not necessarily his fault. But I remember there was quite a few times that you'd be in the trailer and you'd hear like Perlman down, and you come out and he'd be raspberried up his side. So yeah.
This poor guy. Next question.
First start, Ryan Hurst, it's a pleasure to meet you because I'm going to tell you one thing. I'm a huge fan of Sons of Anarchy and Mayans. I've watched Sons of Anarchy probably 20 times over and finished it 20 times over.
Wow.
You're probably one of my favorite characters in the Sons of Anarchy series, and it was a pleasure to watch because you now, between Sons of Anarchy and Mayans and that kind of scene on FX, it's now turned me into a film and documentary student who's actually almost graduating from said
Beautiful.
course.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thanks. My question to you, Ryan Hurst, is how did you find being on the set of Sons of Anarchy is number one. And I enjoyed the brothership you had with Charlie Hunnam for a start. I'm not sure if you had a real brothership in real life. I hope you did. And who was your favorite castmate on said set?
Shooting the show was absolutely, it was the best. It was, to find a group of people that, it's kind of like, I mean, even though I've never been in a war, is a lot of the closeness that you find, the brotherhood that you find with a group of people who you have to sort of endure year after year after year together. The friendships that are made during that kind of last a lifetime. And Charlie and I are brothers to this day. We were texting this morning. Him and I are opening a business together, also, which I can't tell you about. But
you got in there before I was going to ask the question.
yeah, I can't. But we're the best of friends. One of my favorite people is Mark Boone Jr. He is the little Easter egg for everybody. I did a show called Bates Motel, where I played this very sort of eccentric character named Chick Hogan, and who dresses funny. He's very, very obscure sort of character, and I based that solely and completely, 100%. It was my impersonation of Mark Boone Jr. And I remember I did I think 3 seasons of Bates Motel, and after the first season, I told Boone that, and he watched it, and he goes, "Yeah, you did me pretty good." And I was like, "Okay, good." But Boone is one of the most kindest, gentlest, strangest human beings you'll ever meet, and I love him to death.
Thank you very much, Ray.
You got it.
Thank you. Next question. Actually, do you mind if we're going to go over this side? Because we're trying to do one for one.
Hi.
Hi.
Thanks for coming today.
Yeah.
I love you in like Remember the Titans and SWAT even. What was your favorite character to portray over the years you've been acting?
It's always the next one. That's my token answer. It's always the next one. I don't look back and say I could have done this better, could have done that better, like this one better than that one. Our job as artists is to just continue to create. So that's what I always do.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Back over here.
Hey, Ryan.
Hey, brother.
On the Suns set, just sort of a lighthearted question: who were the biggest jokers on set?
there weren't a lot of jokers. I mean, there was just constant. There was just constant. It was like It was like a group of bear cubs. It was just there was constant chaos. You know what I mean? But there wasn't a lot of sort of quote unquote practical jokes on the set. It was just nonsense across the board all the time.
Can I just ask, who was your favorite character in Sons?
As a viewer,
Yeah, as a viewer.
my favorite character on that show was actually Chucky, the guy with no hands. Is people go like, if you could have played a character, I would have been like Chucky, dude. I was like, he was phenomenal. You know, it's like a guy who couldn't stop whacking it, and had his own tagline, which was like, yes, I can accept that. I was just like, this guy is phenomenal.
Thanks, Ray.
Yeah.
Get that tagline on a T-shirt or something.
Yeah, I know, right?
Back over here.
Hi. I just want to ask. I'm sure maybe you enjoyed playing Thor and Ragnarok, so I don't really have like a serious question, but like, I want to know, like, can you do a Kratos impression?
A Kratos impression?
Yeah.
No, I can't. I can't.
Well,
What
I'm
I do
really-
remember, I'll give you a nice story, was we first started doing a read through of some of the script, and we're all sitting around, and Chris was there, and it was the first time that I was meeting Chris and the first time that he was meeting me, and I start to do Thor's voice, and he goes, whoa, whoa, whoa. He goes, you trying to outlow me? Very, very cool guy.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Love it. Back over here.
Hey, Ryan.
Hey, bro.
As I mentioned at the table when I met you, I loved the movie Remember the Titans.
Yeah.
Every time the American football season ends, I go back and watch a lot of football movies. That's one of the ones I watch.
Yep.
And so you worked with a lot of people on that set. What was that like with such a huge cast? Especially a lot of them have now gone on to have great careers.
Mm-hmm. It was so much fun. You know, I mean, again, probably with Sons, with Remember the Titans, with Saving Private Ryan. I did another movie called We Were Soldiers. Is with all of these things, it became this, you know, I don't know at what point it started to become the Hollywood norm, but you know, to get the entire cast together, you know, 3 months beforehand and put them through training. You know, so I've been to boot camp at Fort Benning like 4 times. It's just like, I've done the 26-mile walk. I've done the night infiltration course. I've shot all the guns. Oh, we're going to do football. We're going to do 3 weeks of 2-a-day practices. Great. As I get older, I'm just like, I am not doing this anymore. And it reminds me of this story, this famous story that I always liked so much, which was, is Dustin Hoffman was shooting Marathon Man, a very famous movie with Laurence Olivier, and it's near the end of the movie where Dustin Hoffman's character is supposed to have been not having slept for like 48 hours or 72 hours or something like that, and he's supposed to be basically running away from the bad guy Nazis who were trying to, you know, torture him, and he has a scene coming up with Laurence Olivier, so he stays up for 3 days, and they're waiting for him on set because he's running around the entire studio, getting totally and completely exhausted. And he kind of like shows up to the set, and he looks terrible, and he's out of breath, and Laurence Olivier is sitting there waiting, smoking a cigarette and drinking tea, and he says, "Dustin, darling, you can act tired." As I get older, I'm starting to side more and more with that, which is like, I don't need 8 weeks of kung fu training. Is shoot it from the back and use the kung fu guy. I'll be in my trailer.
I love it. It's like, we have a stuntman on set.
Yeah.
Use him.
Yeah.
Also, go back over here.
I'm a huge fan of Sons of Anarchy, and I love Opie in it. I was wondering what your favorite scene to shoot was in it.
My favorite scene to shoot, it was probably his death, his death scene. It was
Spoiler alert.
yeah. I mean, is when I felt like the way that they portrayed his last sort of final shots, it was great. It was like an Italian opera. It was bloody. It had this sort of glorious sort of gravitas to his death that I felt like was in perfect keeping with the character that Kurt and I had sort of built together. So to see it kind of end in a really sort of like tip of the spear creative moment is you don't get those a lot of the times. A lot of the times like a character will sort of fizzle out or they'll stop writing for it or whatever. But I felt like it was perfect. It ripped your heart out. It made you go, oh my God, no. And it was it was like a Greek tragedy or like an Italian opera, and that was something I was very, very happy about.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, back over this side.
Hi, Ryan. I was curious, what's your favorite line from God of War?
Favorite line from God of War? I say when we're done. I like that one. I like it that he kind of keeps whipping him around. But there was so much. I'll tell you, one of the things that they don't tell you about when you do a video game is that near the end of after you're done shooting and they're done on the motion capture, there's about 4 weeks where you come in and you for 8 hours are just screaming. Ah! Okay, but this time like you're lifting something 1,000 pounds. Ah! And you do this for 8 hours and you have earned your money, sir. You think that it's fun for the first 5 minutes. You're like, oh, this is great. Yeah, 7 hours in, oh, it's rough. It's rough.
Thanks.
You got it, man.
All right, I think we've got time for just 2 more questions, I'm afraid, folks. We'll go one here and one there. So
All
start
right.
over here.
Hi, Ryan. You said earlier that you were a movie nerd, and I was just wondering if there's one particular movie you think everybody should watch.
Ooh.
Oh, wow. That's a great question. One movie that everybody should watch. Everybody. So then it's going to have to be something obscure. There's a little tiny movie. It was my grandmother's favorite movie, and it's a short film. It's a French film, and it's called The Red Balloon. And it's just about this little boy who comes across this red balloon that kind of comes to life. If you watch it now, it was made in the late 50s, early 60s. It's a silent picture that just has music to it, and the color of the red balloon, kind of a little bit like Schindler's List, but is the red balloon. It's a beautiful, beautiful little piece about sort of. I mean, I won't tell you what it's about, but it's a beautiful little work of art.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. And our final question.
Hi, Ryan. How's it going?
Hey, brother.
This relates back to the question earlier on. I'm the guy that asked Ron Perlman, what does he ride? And he ripped me a new one.
Yeah, yeah.
So
I was thinking you looked familiar.
As soon as you said it, I busted out laughing. I goes, yeah, that's me.
Yep.
So it's like, firstly, do you ever get a chance to ride out much?
Yeah.
And what bikes do you have?
I just have one right now, but I'm getting one of the new Harley Pan Ams because I test drove one and they're fantastic. But besides that, I have a 2010 Fat Boy with these like 20-inch apes on it. It's all blacked out and all that.
That's sweet. And do you ever get a chance to ride out much at all?
Oh yeah, at home, yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
Awesome. Thanks very much.
All right, brother.
Guys, well, listen, everybody. I'm sure you'll be with me to say good luck on March 30th with the BAFTA Games Awards.
Thank you so much.
And for now, Ryan Hurst.
Thank you, everybody.
Stay tuned for Hearthfire Tales will be taken on the stage for a live D&D session soon.
On your knees.
Okay, chop it off.
Chop it off. Let's do it.
Oh, we got him now!
You know what? I'm thinking there are probably sharper stairs somewhere else.
We're thieves, but we help the wrong person steal the wrong thing and unleash the greatest evil the world has ever known.
The Red Wizards created an army of the undead.
Sounds lovely.
Quite the opposite.
I know, I was being ironic.
I find irony is a blade that cuts he who wields it most especially.
You're not a lot of fun, are you? How are we gonna pull this off?
We're gonna need a team.
You need cool air.
Follow me to the orifice.
Back to school air.
The orifice?
I'll go last.
Let's go.
I don't mind that. She missed.
No, that's not good. Aren't you sick of failing? We could die.
There's worse things than dying. I lost everything that ever mattered to me, and if we quit now, that's for nothing.
I don't want to see you die, which is why I'm going to leave the room.
This ends now.
The bridge is protected by an ancient trap. We must not trigger the mechanism.
I may have triggered the mechanism. So, sorry.
These little town rooms are melting away. I'll make a brand new start of it in old New York. If I can make it there, I'll make it anywhere. It's up to you, New York, New York, New York, New York.
As they decompose. And as you look closer at these corpses, they almost appear to be moving. But it is not the corpses that live. Oh no. It's the flesh-gorged rats that after feeding, run and scurry by your feet.
Hello, my name is Neil Gaiman and I wrote a novel called The Ocean at the End of the Lane. The National Theatre has turned my book into a stage play in London's West End, directed by the incredible Katie Rudd, and it's going to be touring the UK and Ireland. I am thrilled that you, if you're in the UK or Ireland, are going to have the opportunity to see this amazing story up on a stage. It's about life, it's about memory, it's about magic, it's about heartbreak, it's about what the universe is, and it's about childhood, and it's about wonder. And it's not like anything else that I've ever been involved in. It's not like anything else I've ever seen in the theatre. It's a fabulous adventure like nothing else you've seen. See you there.
go. Let's see what kind of mess this can be today.
You know, just an aerial. Okay. Oh, this.
So that's how
this
we're
seat-
starting.
This city's a lot
Oh,
comfier
so
than I
far
thought.
away.
These are really comfy.
Yeah.
Ooh.
So
Hi.
that was a great kind of round of applause we got. And you know what's awful when like there's someone on mic and they're like, you can do better than that. You can't. I'm gonna get you to do worse than that. Here we don't want to have a big cheer. We want a nice little polite golf clap. So if everyone give me a perfect, much better.
Very civilized. Thank you.
So we are Harfire Tales.
Hey!
Yeah. Hello and welcome to Harfire Tales. We are a Dungeons and Dragons podcast telling stories in our homebrew world of Lethwan, the land of might, magic, and metal, where our stories, world, and characters are all inspired by real-life music. And if some of you here and don't know what any of that means, I'll give you a little bit of a brief explanation. Basically, I, as the Dungeon Master, will set a scenario for my players to exist in. They will tell me what they want to do, and I will tell them what happens. Sometimes we'll roll dice, and that'll tell a story of its own.
We never roll them well.
No,
but we do try.
No. But I'm going to hand over to my players, let them introduce themselves, and we've got a cool thing going on that Jim will introduce as well in a second.
Oh, yeah, okay. Well, I'll do me in the competition because that's how I rank those things. I am Jim. I will be playing Con Greystone, so that's the character I'm playing today. Basically, he's just a very, very cranky old man with a big sword and a dodgy Belfast accent. So if there is anyone from the north here, I apologize. This is a northern Lethuan accent. This is not a northern Irish accent. Don't at me. Do you want to introduce yourself and then I'll do the competition?
Yeah, so my name's Ryan. And my name is Sid. I'm this ranger, like 17-year-old kid, and I'm here with my giant mutant rat, and we're gonna be partying together. So, like, if you want to come party with us, nice.
He doesn't do a character voice. Can you hear the switch? I can't hear the switch.
Come on.
Typical American.
But we do also have a competition for you here today. We have partnered with E1 to bring you lots of prizes to do with the Dungeons and Dragons film. So we have premiere tickets to give away. We have what are the prizes we got?
And like a cool merch pack.
Cool merch
and the
pack.
merch pack has like cool things. It's got like a Funko Pop. It goes to those little dicelings that like it's a dice and turns into a toy.
Yeah, dicelings.
Like water
And there's,
bottles. Loads of cool stuff.
Yeah, there's a dad hat as well that Ryan wants. So if you win it, maybe give it to him.
Yeah, if you don't like the hat in the pack, give it to me. It looks so cool.
But if you want to win that, all you have to do is just snap a picture of us up here, share it to your Instagram story, and tag us and Dublin Comic Con and the D&D Movie UK. That's all you got to do. And then afterwards, we'll feed that into the contraption and it will pick a winner.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, wait, it's just me. I just scroll and point at it.
The contraption.
So, look at all those cameras. Nice. Yeah. So, as you said, Lethwan is a world of might, magic, and metal. And so, if you're new to our podcast, all of our world and stories are inspired by music. So, I present to you this adventure that I'm calling Hotel Fantasy California. So, guys, our party, which are a band of adventurers, and what's your band name at the moment? It kind of changes from time to time.
Go on.
I was going to say, if we're going with the Eagles, I'm going to say we're called the Desperados. Isn't that cool?
Yeah, okay.
Fine. Isn't that cool?
Thanks for the one person who gets that joke. So yeah, you guys, the band, the Desperados, have been making a bit of a name for yourselves lately. And one day the news comes that you've been waiting for. You get a message saying that the band is invited finally to be a very, 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 very minor guest at a convention of heroes far to the north of Lethwan, in the desert area that lying beyond the mountains of the Crown. So you're making your way to this convention. The first leg of the trip is very uneventful, and you're walking through the desert as it's beginning to get colder and darker. And Sid, as a ranger, you're thinking, hey, maybe we need to stop and get shelter soon. It gets very cold in the desert.
Hey, maybe we should stop soon.
It's cold in this desert.
You see your little mutant rat Fink kind of like goes up on hind legs and kind of nods in agreement. You can see he's getting a little cold. And as you're walking down this dark desert highway, the cool wind in your air, you see rising up through the air ahead in the distance a shimmering light. Maybe an inn of some sort. What do you do?
Hey, maybe we should stop for the night.
Yes, thank you. Let's keep this on rails. We have very limited time.
we should pull our train here.
Yes, there's actually a railroad directly to the door of this hotel.
That sounds good to me. Let's jump on the railroad then.
Okay, you can jump onto the railroad and you get to the front door of this hotel. And you see there's a human kind of like standing just inside the door. He's dressed up if a cowboy was also a goth somehow. Kind of just like standing in the porch and he's like, blah, welcome to the hotel north of Letwan. Plenty of room here. Any time of the year. Such a lovely place. Come in, come in. You'll stay a while, yes?
Oh yeah, that sounds absolutely wonderful. Now, let me ask you this. I'm a very minor guest in a convention a long way from here. Do you have something prepared for me, or is there like a junior suite I might be able to reserve?
Yeah, of course. We can do that. Yeah.
Fantastic. See, now that we're guests,
look,
they treat us with respect.
It's not at all an ominous voice you're doing.
No, I'm perfectly normal and not at all evil.
Hey, Khan. Yeah, maybe sounds like he maybe roams in the night if you.
Of course he does. He's a concierge. Look at his uniform.
Okay. Suddenly there's a big cape and he goes, "Wah!"
That's just normal concierge stuff. I wouldn't worry about it at all.
Suddenly lightning cracks and bats fly overhead.
Perfect. There we go.
So
No,
yeah,
it seems totally on the level to me. I don't know.
he's like, well, I am the Night Man. You can call me the Night Man. I forgot to write a name for him, so he was just the Night Man.
Khan stares at him and says, well, you can call me the Day Man.
Okay, if that's what you like. I don't get it.
That's okay. I get it, and that's what matters.
But look, dinner is going to be served in the banquet hall. Maybe you want to get cleaned up and ready for dinner?
Yeah, that sounds good. I could use a hot towel and a shower. Can you point the way to the... He's very helpful, isn't he?
I mean,
I want you to get very clean and ready for...
Do you want us to season ourselves as well?
Oh, as if you're offering, yeah.
Perfect. Good. Well, maybe we'll season ourselves with some garlic and...
No, please, do not utter those words here.
Right. We make our way to the room?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So he brings you to the room and he opens it up. Tell you what, let's have someone in the crowd roll to see how nice this room is. Jim, do you want to be my crowd dice person?
Oh,
seeing as you're nice and energetic and running around. Nice. You can just throw it up to us.
Yeah, you really gotta lob it.
And try not break anything expensive. Nice.
That's a 13.
The most unlucky number.
I was just about to say, it's actually a very unlucky number.
It's a good thing there's no supernatural beings hunting us or anything.
Come on, you love this room. You think it's perfect.
Yeah, I swan around. Can I see? Is there like an ensuite?
See, this is your first instant. You walk in, you got this like sudden feeling of this is perfect. Then you go looking for the ensuite. There's no ensuite.
Are there like hot wet towels?
They're cold.
Is there a mint on the
very
pillow?
Dry. There is a licorice instead.
It's like they don't know who I am. I have a good mind to cause a scene. I might go and try and find the concierge.
Yeah, sure.
All right.
Give me a perception check to see
good.
can you find the...
So are we splitting the party already?
Yes.
Oh,
This isn't good enough. That's an 18 on the dice.
Yeah, you hear like like just like an organ playing in some room like
Oh, the entertainment. Very
on
good.
like
Yeah.
the entire other side of this hotel.
All right. Fine. I start making my way through the halls of the hotel.
As you go out and leave, I'll deal with that in a second, I guess.
You're welcome.
Sid.
Yeah.
What's going through Sid's mind right now?
I'm a little uncomfortable with the fact that the guy, I'm guessing, has very large front teeth.
Yeah.
And, you know, we seem to have gone into what is obviously a vampire slayer. So,
What?
Are there any other guests around that we're seeing?
You're currently in the room and you don't see any other guests. But as you're kind of like maybe looking around, you hear a little knock on your door.
Who's there?
How are you? Can I come in?
How are you? How are you? Who?
How are you? Me?
Oh, I thought we were doing a joke.
No, sorry. No, just let me in. Let me in, please.
Yeah, come on in, dude.
The door opens and there's no one there, and in a sudden, like you hear like a little click of the fingers, and an invisibility spell drops, and you see this like human, a human woman, a human,
a woman.
And she looks like she's not slept in days. And she's like, "Oh, look, lads, you just arrived. You just arrived. There's something you need to know about the concierge, the night man.
I'm guessing he's a vampire.
He's a vampire." He's not just a friendly concierge. When people fall asleep here, they never wake up. They turn into ghosts and can never leave.
They can never leave.
Even if they check out, they can never leave.
Even if they check out.
But look, I've been sneaking here around for like 3 days. I've got a good idea on how to break free. Is it just you here?
You haven't slept in 3 days.
No.
Well, I've got just the thing. Lucozade Alert, which can give you a boost. Lucozade, please sponsor a weird D&D podcast.
You know what? Everybody tag Lucozade in those pictures.
Please.
Hashtag sponsor Lucozade sponsor our partails. She's like, I mean, yeah, I'll give it a go. I'll give it a go. Oh, is that tropical? That's a great flavor.
We also have.
They're doing a real good job.
Original flavor.
I have Cherry Blast.
I really hope that they're sponsoring this hotel that we're in.
They are.
But look here, there's a captain, all right? He's one of the spirits. All the people are here are just spirits. All their bodies are laying asleep, can't be woken up. But there's a captain. He was a great fighter once. He's kind of lost his will to fight. If you can give him a taste of his special wine, he hasn't had it since 1969. That might reignite the spark of fight in them and rally the other spirits around. Can you do that? I think the vampire, the Nightman, has these trolls. He calls them the pretty boys. They basically run this place and bully everyone. They probably have it. They're keeping it away. They're keeping it away from them in this like anti-spectral cage.
Okay,
I just made up.
I mean, yeah, as a 17-year-old, ranger, I would love to go find some wine.
I mean, I gotta stress, it's just for the captain. You're underage, and I can't be promoting that. All right.
Fine, I'll stick to my Lucozade Alert.
You're giving a cherry
just
blast.
The boost I need for this adventure.
Okay, Con, what are you doing?
Just making my way through. There's some lovely, hotel art on the wall. I'm occasionally stopping to be like, and then I'll keep jogging on. I just make my way towards this music.
Okay, you get into this large banquet hall.
Oh, a large banquet hall.
And in it, you see the kind of like, give me a perception. No, Con is an idiot. Give me an intelligence check.
Con is an idiot. So much so I might roll this with disadvantage.
I mean, you can.
Self-imposed disadvantage. No joke, that's a nat 1.
Con, there's so
the first
many
one was
here
a
that
3,
look,
so I mean,
they look so healthy and hale and alive. Everyone's just having a great time.
Okay.
And in the corner, you see again, kind of people dressed similarly to the Nightman, except in this kind of goth cowboy, except like pastel goth. So they're all nice, like bright colors.
That's very in right now, actually.
It is very in right now. And you see they're all kind of like dancing in the corner. Some of them obviously dancing to remember, some of them dancing to forget,
obviously.
Of course.
Yeah.
What do you do? And you see in the corner then kind of behind them is the Nightman himself jamming out on this massive organ.
Oh, excuse me, concierge. I have many complaints about the room. The towels were cold. There was a God knows what on the pillow instead of a mint. No ensuite. It's almost as if you don't know who I am.
I don't. You said you're a day man.
I am the day man. That's right.
Well, I mean, do you not? It's nighttime now. You surely you want to? You want to
And
sleep?
at night,
Are you feeling
I would love to sleep, but the fact that you
sleepy?
No, I am powered by rage. I would love to sleep right now. I would like nothing more than to sleep right now. But
Well,
unfortunately,
maybe
the
I
state
have
of that room
something
has made it
for
prohibitively
you.
hard.
And you see he casts a sleep spell on you.
Egad.
So the way sleep spell works, basically, I roll amount of HP.
You get over my HP. Right?
He's looking at you. He thinks you're an idiot. He didn't roll that well. What's 36? Is that more than your HP?
That is not. I'm a very strong idiot.
You feel this kind of like wave of like lethargy like fall over you. But you're able to kind of like shrug it off, no problem. And he's like,
too mad to be tired.
Boys, make him a little bit weaker so he can get a nice little nap. And you see these pretty boys start like, dancing towards you in this like ominous fashion.
I get into jazz position and ready to fight.
Roll initiative. Sid, what are you doing at this point? These things are probably happening concurrently. Ah, yes, an empty seat is rolling for initiative. You are going last, sir. Yeah, throw it into the aisle there. Sid, what are you doing?
I am searching around trying to find the, whatever you said I needed to go to. The
banquet hall?
Yeah, the banquet hall.
Yeah, where the pretty boys are, where Khan's about to get.
Is that where they said the wine was?
That's 18?
Oh, yeah. Going to the banquet hall then.
Okay, are you rushing?
No, because I have no need to rush. I don't know he's in a fight.
Fair.
And friends, I don't know I'm in a fight.
You can roll initiative, but you're not going to get in this go. Khan, you see these pretty boys kind of start circling you. You see that there's like 3 of them. They're like the main ones, and they come up and they're like, we're going to fight you now.
Oh, I thought this was a dance. I go into a capoeira stance anyway.
They are kind of like all like just like weirdly moving around. You have gotten the drop on them. It is your turn first. What do you do?
Every time we do a live show, I always mess Dylan up by not using my weapons. I would like to try WWE moves on them instead. So
Yeah,
I'm going to go for a sweet chin music on the first one. That's a 17.
17 hits, yeah.
Nice.
My chin.
That's 4 points of damage.
You've like hit my chin 4 times.
Nice. And then I'm going to action surge and hit him a DDT.
Oh, I'm in a precarious position. My head and neck is exposed.
That's a 12.
But I can easily evade you. No DDT for you.
He's too good at dancing.
They
just being able to dance increase their AC.
It does now. Yeah, don't give me ideas like that. However, only two of them whiff their attacks. You're moving around too much.
Yeah.
But one comes up.
If one whiffs his attack, I'm going to riposte.
Sure. Yeah, go for it.
That's a 10.
No. Like, what a pathetic form of riposte is that? You're not even using a sword.
No, I'm not using a sword. I use my hands. That's what I do.
I mean, maybe you should use a sword. Have you considered using a sword?
I have a sword, but I don't feel like I want to use it.
We have swords, and they all take out swords from nowhere, and one of them just stabs you.
Oh, no.
You take 12 points of damage.
Oh, cool. Cool.
It is up to you again. At this point, you see Sid coming into the room. Sid, you see this. You're going to put you at the bottom of the initiative, and you see Khan being ganged up by 3 Passel Goths.
Seems like this is just his dream, so I'm gonna leave him be there. You know,
because my legs are real dangerous. Can I roll my weapon damage for the walls of Jericho?
Sure. Yeah, whatever.
That's 17.
17 hits.
Nice. Oh shit. Oh damn! Almost max damage. That's
This is the part we edit out of
This is
the
the part we
podcast.
edited out of the podcast. But that's 19 points of damage.
Oh my god. Yeah, just like you like bend this one pretty boy into like a pretzel basically. He's like,
Is he still alive?
my will to live. I don't want to fight. I give up.
Oh, he taps out. Yeah, nice. Okay. Ding, ding, ding. What's up next?
The other two pretty boys who have their swords now are like, well, we don't like this. We're going to continue to stab you. And are you sure you don't want to use a sword?
Yeah, I'll probably take out my sword next turn.
Oh my
I
god.
did just get stabbed twice.
First is a nat 20.
Oh no.
And the other one was a 6. You would take 12 points of damage, but that's doubled because it's a crit. You take 24 points of damage.
Cool.
And you see
Cool,
the
cool,
night
cool,
man being
cool,
like,
cool.
"Blah, you feeling sleepy yet?"
Not at all. I've just been stabbed twice.
Well, maybe
If
that will
anything, I'm feeling a little panicked.
maybe that will change. Sid, you're up. What do? You've just seen Khan get full on stabbed. Like just there's a sword out the back of him.
Then, yeah, take the whole quiver of arrows and like hail of thorns. Just
Yeah, roll your
just
attack.
launch at everybody.
You take out an arrow from your quiver. You let loose. It like fires into the air across the banquet hall through what you clearly tell are just full of spirits. There's just ghosts in this banquet hall.
So I'm mostly just trying to shoot Khan. It seems.
You notice that the pretty boys do seem to be actual people.
Okay.
Very
Your arrow
pretty people.
splits into this big hail of thorns, raining down hails of arrows onto the enemies. What damage do you do with that, or what do you roll to hit first?
So I rolled a 23 to hit.
Yeah, definitely
So
hits.
that hits. And then thank you, Maddie, for the dice that only has 20s on it. But then so they just need to make dex saves.
Dex saves. And so there's 2 of them left. The other ones are kind of like not really into fighting. They're still dancing. They're rolling a 2 and a 5. They're like, our beautiful faces. They're so scarred by thorns. We're no longer pretty boys.
So those two
hands
take
down the weirdest
those two
NPCs
take
you've ever
10
made.
from the hail of thorns, and then
How much?
they take 10 from the hail of thorns.
10 from the hail of thorns.
Yeah.
You see that like some of them are looking very, very weak. Con, it is up to you again at the top of the initiative.
I don't know what I want to do.
Fight me with a sword. Come on.
All right, fine. I'll fight you with a sword. So
So
pull the sword out of my back.
earlier on, I told Jim that he has to help choreograph a fight scene with me, and he didn't know why. And hey, Jim, this is why.
There's some chance.
This is my favorite part because I get to just sit here. So
Okay, fine.
You're good with a sword. Are you as good as my super spiral silver surfer attack? Maybe.
Basic melee attack.
Thank you, Jim.
Well, thank you for that.
that seems like far more moving than I would like to do.
I also, it's real hard to do that in chainmail. It's so heavy.
Yeah,
I'm so
when you hit the
tired.
ground, my legs went like.
Yeah.
So do I kill him?
You kill one of them.
Okay.
You
You don't have
don't
to do
make-
that every time.
you like this guy had like a face full of like thorns from Sid.
Oh yeah.
And you just like punch the thorns in more. He's like, oh,
Yeah, I hit him an open hand slap when he's on the ground and slap the thorns further into his face.
that's so mean.
Yeah, I'm trying to destroy his identity as a pretty boy.
I'm now an ugly boy, I guess.
Good, good. Right, I'll make my way to the concierge.
I mean, I'm still here, but I guess I don't want to fight anymore. I'm still there's still one more. Are you just ignoring me?
I
You're
roll an
leaving?
intimidation check on him, I guess.
Sure, yeah.
3.
Actually, I'm going to stab you in the back now. Does a 15 hit?
No, it doesn't actually.
Yeah, he misses.
I'm in full capoeira mode, and I'm just like passively swaying. So when he goes to stab me, I just sway. The blade, through no skill of mine.
Who has
dodges.
taught you the ways of the capoeira?
Put me on the spot. I taught myself on YouTube tutorials slowly over lockdown. It's really hard with only one person.
Well, you're doing it expertly.
Thank you.
Okay, so you're going
I
to
just keep doing that capoeira thing.
Yeah. Brazil.
Yeah, Brazil.
That was his attack to try and hit you. Sid, what are you doing?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm gonna sick my rat on people, biting into you. So,
think.
Yeah, as he goes. And that's an 18 to hit. So
yeah, 18 hits. Is this on the last pretty boy?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
That's 7 points of damage.
He was already so hurt from your hail of thorns. That Fink goes down and he's like, Fink, and he looks real like into eating this pretty boy.
As,
like it's kind of disgusting. As the last pretty boy goes down, you see the Nightman. Blah. I am no longer happy, Nightman. I do not like that you shot my pretty boys and made them ugly boys. I'm going to put you to sleep. You seem weaker.
It'll be very difficult.
Con nods in solemn agreement.
And he's going to cast sleep on you because he does not like that you've uglied up his pretty boys.
That's the face of a DM who just rolled an awful lot of numbers.
Yeah, sorry. Loading, Matt. How's a 47 do you?
Well, that's one more than my HP. So
you see Sid falls asleep.
Sid, not Fink?
Oh, no, yeah, it was Sid, because it was Sid that threw the arrows.
Oh.
Con, as you see Sid, like, just lights out on the ground, but then you see a spirit rise out of him.
Oh, he's killed Sid. Oh, no.
Sid, you are now in the undead realm. You're like in the ethereal realm. You see all of these spirits around you, all of the hotel guests, a lot of hotel guests around you in this big banquet hall.
You guys are gonna be my other spirits. Oh, okay. If you're gonna be my spirit.
What?
That's ruddy mysterious.
Oh, okay.
Nightmares.
That has completely thrown me. I don't know what's going on now.
Good. That's what we need to do. We need to throw him off.
Yeah, exactly. Let's derail hard because I think he has us on this one.
You see now also rushing in behind you. This woman, I think what I call her, Trisha.
Did you give her
I don't
a
think
name?
you gave her a name.
You didn't give anyone a name.
It's Trisha now. Actually, no. What's her name?
Somebody out there give us a character. What?
Esther. That's a good old haunted hotel name. Well done.
I'm.
Well, now you know what you have to do when you get older.
Yeah, you get to haunt a hotel.
Oh, it's me, Esther. Oh, the pretty boys are gone. Here. And you see, she runs over to there's like one of those like glow bars that like the pretty boys were dancing around that they've now vacated. Yeah. And she runs and takes this bottle of wine. She's like, okay, look, I'm gonna go feed this to the captain. He's gonna rally all the spirits.
I completely forgot we had an objective.
Yes.
Yeah, you're actually supposed to like free everyone here and stop the Nightman from taking over things if you could. And there's only about 15 minutes to do it. So if you could do it fast, that would be great.
All right.
And so as the Nightman sees this after just kind of is casting you into this like spirit realm, Sid, he looks real angry and he's like, no, I don't like this, and my accent is everywhere apparently.
Yeah. Con hears that other accent, be like, Sid, I think he might be a vampire.
Sid says,
oh yeah, he's dead.
I'd say maybe you can be Fink instead.
I'm Fink. I'm the rat.
Yeah.
Okay, I need an accent. Okay, I need an accent for a giant mutant rat.
Hello, Con. My name is Fink.
Oh, it's
I
so
am
nice
here
to finally
with
speak to you. I didn't
Yes.
know you could speak.
I normally do not because it would scare Sid, but he is asleep.
That's fair. That's fair. He has serious anxiety.
Apparently, my hands are like this. I don't know why I'm doing this for a rat, but
Oh,
It's like a
that's-
meerkat standing up for some reason.
I am a meerkat.
All right. Well, it's an absolute pleasure to formally meet you, and I think I have an inkling that guy might be a vampire. So should we kill him?
Yes,
real
let's.
quick.
As you're saying this, he bites it into your neck. I'm assuming 26 hits.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure he's a vampire.
Let us
That
eat the
or he's
Batman.
just real weird.
Let us eat the Batman.
Yes, let's eat the Batman. He can be your dinner. Little superhero humor for you there, Comic-Con.
Con, you take 11 points of damage.
I'm almost dead.
Well, that's a you problem. Roll initiative. We'll roll a fresh initiative for this. Sid,
you I get to do stuff still.
You get to do stuff. You see Esther has like run over to where you now in the spirit world.
Yeah.
You're seeing all these spirits, and you see that there's slumped over bodies of all the guests at, kind of propped up Weekend at Bernie style, like in the chairs.
Terrifying. Okay.
And you see that the Esther runs over and like pours this wine and like I'll say just like throws it over this captain's head, and suddenly the captain's like, oh, what's a good voice for a captain?
French.
Well, we must take down the vampire. Let us all rally together under the banner of this weird kid. Who was the most recent guest. You have proven good, but we will await your command. What would you have us do?
So can we like affect this guy from the spirit realm then?
Yes. So you see Esther kind of looks at me, she's like, so hang on, I've got the lyrics here.
We can there's lyrics? All right.
According to the song, we all gathered for the feast, and we stabbed it with our steely knives, but they just can't kill the beast. Look it up, there are lyrics in the song.
That's an accurate depiction of what just happened.
So what we need to do is we need to kill him in the flesh world and the spirit world, and that's what's going to be. So you're going to need to do that, all right?
Okay. Well, then I'm just going to have my spirit people like gang up on it. So spirit people, make your ghostly attack. 3, 2, 1. Actually, I've got a great idea. Hold on. I've got an idea. So you guys make your ghostly attack. You guys make your ghostly attack. Okay. Start here. And we're going to do this as a wave. It'll be fun.
A spectral
wave.
Hotel Californian wave.
Yeah. 3, 2, 1. This was fun. I'm sorry for making you all do that. I had fun.
It looked really cool from up here. You guys did great.
Yeah. Okay, so what was the attack roll from your spectral attack?
Oh, I don't know.
18 plus whatever ghost modifier.
Yeah, 18.
Plus
It's good enough to
ghost
hit.
modifier.
Is there any of the spectral guests who have any particular powers? Maybe they have a character of their own that can aid
Yeah,
in this
anybody got a
attack?
character of your own in your own D&D campaign?
There's one.
This person over here.
Yeah.
Who's your character? What do they do?
Does he
And what do they do, Cornelius? What does Cornelius do?
Fire. That's all we need.
You see this lumbering giant kind of stands up and he goes, me,
Fire.
Cornelius. Fire! And he like summons all these like big spectral flames around. Like there's like torches in the banquet hall. They all like erupt into fire and like start like streaking towards this vampire. What's happening in the flesh world?
Oh, somebody give me a class wrestling move to hit this guy. What was that? From the top rope. I get onto the nearest rope.
You Thank you.
Is there a chandelier?
There's always a chandelier.
There is always a chandelier. Yes.
You
the
run,
toppest rope.
You run, and like you see Esther's like kind of like anticipating all your every move. Starts like stacking up bodies of all the sleeping people for you to like run up,
like
jump.
in Canto.
Yeah, actually, you shouldn't be saying what you do because you haven't rolled an attack roll yet for me. This could end terribly.
Esther, you can roll this for me because you're doing it.
Okay, yeah, let's go, Esther. And I swear to God, if you end up haunting a hotel,
that's a 17.
That is a 17. Con, you, Esther, kind of like piles up all these like sleeping bodies for you to like run up. You run up the back of Cornelius, this massive giant.
Oh yeah, I'm absolutely Tom Holland, Infinity War, like bouncing out of portals and stuff.
Yeah, nice. You jump onto the top of the chandelier. What does this look like?
I swing down and do a Hurricane Rana on the vampire.
Blah, I don't like that.
For those who don't know, that's a wrestling move where you jump onto their shoulders and then backflip with them between your legs. It's so cool. You see it in the Japanese games a lot.
Since when can your character do these things?
I always have a real high athletic score.
You just wrote, I can do what I want.
Roll damage, I guess.
Oh yeah, just pick any die. That's a D20.
At least pretend to play by the rules, Jim. Come on, you know what you're doing here.
That's not bad. That's a 10 on the dice plus 6.
Sure.
16 points of Hurricane Rana damage.
He's like, I've been hurricaned, but it's okay. I will bite you again.
I can take 1, maybe 2 more of these max.
I'm assuming a 27 hits.
So 20 actually does hit me, yeah.
Yeah. You take 7 points of damage. He rolled really poorly.
Oh, thank God. Okay.
All right. Well, if he's doing that, Fink is.
Oh yeah, Fink's in the flesh world as well.
He is. I will. Apparently, since we're doing what we want.
We have like 4 minutes left. You do what you want to get.
I will use my tail as a whip to strangle the vampire.
Sure.
Hey,
roll an attack. Yeah, I guess that's actually more believable than what Jim did.
But now I am going to throw him around with my tail. It was an 18 to hit.
That's a rat. That's a Hurricane Rata.
Oh God.
It was an 18. So.
18 hits. Yeah, roll your damage. You're making a mockery of my game and D&D and all that is holy here.
That's 8 points of damage.
8 points of damage. I'm still kind of okay, but maybe not doing too well. I'm going to eat this rat. Blah. And no, I missed the rat. He's too small and scurry.
All right. Now, Sid in the spirit realm, right?
Yeah.
Now, I've seen the second Ghostbusters. So we're all going to form into a giant marshmallow man.
Roll.
That's the classic play, Dylan. You have to allow it.
Roll, stay puffed.
Yeah,
Stay puffed
give me a marshmallow check.
Can we get someone to do the marshmallow? Who hasn't done it? Who hasn't done it yet? I'm going to show it gently over here.
Great,
Also,
you got the aisle again.
Also, Stay Puffed Marshmallows. If you would like to sponsor a weird D&D campaign.
I wonder what happens if you put a marshmallow into a Lucasade. You're supposed to say that's great. Where else are we going to get sponsorships?
Yes. I mean, that would be a fantastic combination. I saw it.
You all saw it, right?
So normally we would shout and cheer for a nat 20, but obviously shouting and cheering not done things. So let's have a little polite golf clap.
Yeah, so the big marshmallow man is gonna come over to your here's your
the Phantom of the Opera.
here's your vampire. And then
My what?
your vampire.
Oh, vampire. I thought you said here's your grandfather.
Here's your grandfather.
This has gotten real personal.
They find the vampire's grandfather.
No.
Emotional damage.
Daddy Vlad. What have they done to you?
Vladdy.
Vladdy Daddy.
My
Vladdy Daddy. There we go.
My grand Vlad.
Yeah, roll.
That's what we did. That was the
damage. What's a Yeah, roll all your dice.
I don't know. I'll do 10s or something. I don't know. 45.
It's our game now.
Whose game is it?
You see Esther in the corner be like, it's really their game, isn't it? The vampires, his spirit is broken. I can see into the spirit realm, and there's some sort of weird marshmallow man doing everything there. Quick, he needs to be finished in the flesh realm, and then we're all good to go.
All right, yeah, no problem. Standard melee attack.
Yeah, roll it.
Somebody can roll it for me.
I'll do it. Yeah, over. Oh, okay.
I'll roll with advantage. Our game now.
God damn it! I'm being made a mockery of.
It's a 10, so that's a 17 for Tom. Advantage.
Oh, that was a good catch. Well done.
Bubblegum
it was
Princess.
the catch was good. The throw was.
No, that was good. 17.
That is a 17. I actually saw that one.
Yeah.
Con, how do you finish this vampire?
It's a
As
basic.
we have 1 minute left.
I punch him in the face, but I smite it.
Roll all your damage. Give me a cool description of what happens here.
We only have a minute. Okay. So I'm gonna do one of these again because this is my favorite. So I waltz up to the vampire, all swagger like.
Is that swagger? It just looks like it looks like a grandmother driving a car.
And I hit him with the most minor punch I possibly can, but I smite on it.
You see, you infuse your fist with this like divine radiant energy from like your oath as a paladin. Your like fist like glows slightly because it's a very minor punch.
I put as much effort into my punch as he put into prepping my room.
I've learned my lesson. Next time in the next life, I will create
mint on pillows. It's
I
not
promise.
hard.
I promise
minimum.
I will put a mint on your pillow until the next time. And he turns into ash, and you see all of the spirits. The marshmallow man dissipates. Everyone goes into their bodies. Everyone's piled on top of each other for some reason because they were used as a human ramp. But they all wake up and go. You hear a chorus of people clapping and cheering, saying, "You've saved us!" And that is how the Desperados, was it?
Desperados.
The Desperados
I can't remember.
have successfully vanquished the curse of the Hotel Fantasy California.
Thank you very much, everyone. Everyone, if you haven't yet taken a picture, we're going to get up here in the front, and you can take a picture and put it
Can we
on your
take a selfie with
Instagram,
you guys?
and you can win tickets to the premiere of the D&D movie.
Can we take a selfie with you guys?
No.
You gotta ask.
Hang on, I want to get a sword.
Okay, give me a sword.
Just take pictures of me.
Don't get a sword because you're not cool.
Yeah. You weren't in the sword fight. Now, watch quietly as Jim tries to work out the angle of a selfie.
You got to get at least some of us in there.
Hey!
Okay, can we kneel down so people can actually get in it?
Oh, that makes sense. All right, one more time. You'd never tell we're old and don't know how technology works.
Nice. You can see half my face.
Thank you again, everyone. You've been wonderful.
If you enjoyed this, we have a dedicated live show we're doing in May. It's in Smock Alley, and if you'd like information, head down to our booth on the main floor. We got flyers. We printed some flyers. Bye!
On your knees.
Okay, chop it off.
Chop it off. Let's do it.
Oh, we got him now! You know what? I'm thinking there are probably sharper stairs somewhere else.
We're thieves, but we help the wrong person steal the wrong thing and unleash the greatest evil the world has ever known.
The Red Wizards created an army of the undead.
Sounds lovely.
Quite the opposite.
I know, I was being ironic.
I find irony is a blade that cuts he who wields it most especially.
You're not a lot of fun, are you? How are we gonna pull this off?
We're gonna need a team.
You need cool air.
Follow me to the orifice.
Back for school air.
The orifice?
I'll go last.
Let's go.
I don't mind that. He missed.
No, that's not good. Aren't you sick of failing? We could die.
There's worse things than dying.
I lost everything that ever mattered to me, and if we quit now, that's for nothing.
I don't want to see you die, which is why I'm going to leave the room.
This ends now.
The bridge is protected by an ancient trap. We must not trigger the mechanism.
I may have triggered the mechanism. So, sorry.
These little town rooms are melting away. I'll make a brand new start of it in old New York. If I can make it there, I'll make it anywhere. It's up to you, New York, New York, New York, New York.
As they decompose. And as you look closer at these corpses, they almost appear to be moving. But it is not the corpses that live. Oh no. It's the flesh-gorged rats that after feeding, run and scurry by your feet.
Hello, my name is Neil Gaiman, and I wrote a novel called The Ocean at the End of the Lane. The National Theatre has turned my book into a stage play in London's West End, directed by the incredible Katie Rudd, and it's going to be touring the UK and Ireland. I am thrilled that you, if you're in the UK or Ireland, are going to have the opportunity to see this amazing story up on a stage. It's about life, it's about memory, it's about magic, it's about heartbreak, it's about what the universe is, and it's about childhood, and it's about wonder. And it's not like anything else that I've ever been involved in. It's not like anything else I've ever seen in the theatre. It's a fabulous adventure like nothing else you've seen. See you there.
this one. Is it?
Now that I'm coming back out, do it louder. Oh no, that's scary. How's everyone doing? Enjoying the first day? Is everyone tired? Yeah, I'm tired. Say again? You can do 5 more hours. I'm not going to do 5 more hours. I'm not going to stand around and try and be funny. I'm just going to welcome her onto the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, you're here for Miley Flanagan.
Man, hi. This is a great theater. I wish I was doing a show.
It's very big.
Yeah, it's huge. Ah, hi. Oh, an energy drink?
Oh, yeah.
I don't drink those, but I could probably use one, but you don't want to see what happens to my body once I do that. It's a nightmare. Hello. Hey, guys. How's it going? I think I've met probably most of you already. Maybe, maybe not. Yes, you? Okay, good.
Have you all gone up to Miley?
It's an easy time to get up there. So
Yes, absolutely.
good time to get up there.
So the first thing I have to ask is,
Where am I?
it has to be the second name. Your second name is Flanagan.
Yeah.
Okay.
My last
so-
name.
Your last name, sorry. Your last
As
name
we
is
call
Flanagan.
it. But yes, yes.
So do you have Irish roots?
Are you kidding me? Of course I do. Yeah, Flanagan, McLaughlin was my mother's surname, or last name, surname. And then I got some calories floating around up there somewhere, Cork and Kerry. And my brother he got all the stuff together, which I should have taken pictures of before I got here and memorized the stuff. But he got all the stuff for dual citizenship for Ireland and for all of our family. And his is being processed right now, and I have to send mine in. I probably should have brought it and sent it in here. But
So when are you moving?
if Trump gets reelected, I'll be on the next plane out. Yeah. Or any of those other fascists. So.
Possibly a few more people would do that as well, I think.
Oh, a lot of people will, including my entire family. I'll be like, I'll just leave for a while, rent out my house.
Well, I don't think anyone would blame you for doing that, but okay. So
It's not
you're
going to happen. If you're Catholic, say a prayer. Protestant, heathen, I don't care, say a prayer.
So originally from Hawaii.
Well, I was born in Hawaii.
Yeah, fine.
I mean, I guess. And then I moved quickly to Florida, then back to Hawaii, then to Bangkok, then to Nuremberg, then to Munich. Then I went to college in Boston, kind of went back and forth Boston to Munich. Then I graduated, and then I lived in DC on my sister's chair couch, very, very comfortable. I was like sleeping like this for about a year. Then I formed my own improv company, and we performed on the Cape, and we all were good, and we made a decision. We moved to where one of the guys was from. That was Minneapolis. I lived there for a while, and then I moved to LA. So that's where I've lived for, I don't know, since 1996.
Okay, so I have to ask, have you been reading my cards?
No.
Because everything you just said there, like, I have to ask about this.
So now we have nothing to talk about?
No, that's it. Thanks very much. So the improv troupe, tell us a bit about that.
So we all were at Boston College, and it was just an extracurricular. I majored in history and poli-sci. I know, right? It's useful, that degree. But I kind of left the math part off at the end. Poli-sci and math with a history thing going on. And so, but I did this comedy stuff, and then I was waiting to become a spy. True story. My dad was in military intelligence, so I could say that now. And so I filled out all the paperwork, and I was going to be a spy. And then I was like, just be poor and do comedy for a long time. That was a smart choice. And eat a lot of ramen for many, many years. Sleep on a lot of couches. So yeah, and that's kind of how I ended up doing comedy. And then I always had day jobs, and then I started doing a lot of stand-up, a lot of improv, some plays and stuff like that. Yeah.
And I have to ask, the military intelligence thing, and you went to be a spy.
Yeah.
Talk to us about that.
Well, I didn't go to be one. I had passed all the things. I did all the battery of tests. They interviewed everybody they could find that knew me. Well, it was hard because a lot of my childhood was way overseas. So they interviewed who they could. All my roommates in college, they had to interview them. And any teachers they could find, which weren't that many. Then I took a battery of tests where for 2 days you go to this military base and they teach you a fake language. And then you have to complete the tests in the made-up language. So, and I had high language ability. And so I spoke a couple languages when I was younger, but the National Catholic Educational Association as a temp. It's just as fun as you might think. But it's like me and a bunch of old ladies. And I would just read the paper. That was my job, was to read 5 or 6 newspapers a day. I just kicked my feet up, read papers all day. And then I said, I went up to the Cape, formed this comedy group, booked us in all these clubs, found a place to live. And then I was like, I want to keep doing this. And then my parents killed me, the end of story. Not really, they didn't kill me. But it wasn't fun telling them that I was not going to be a spy, but become a comedian. But that's what happened. And that was a long time ago.
Wow. Just the story alone that you were going to possibly be a spy is crazy.
Yep. That's all I got to say about that. Yep.
We'll say no more about that.
Yeah.
So you did the improv, you did a lot of comedy stuff.
Yeah.
How did you transition from that to doing voice acting?
Okay, so I had done, like I said, stand up and some stuff in Minneapolis, one person show and all that, and theater. I was in The Hobbit. I played Bilbo Baggins in The Hobbit at the Minneapolis Children's Theater Company, which is huge. It's this big, probably a great children's theater company. And so then when I moved to LA, I was interviewing for my on-camera agents. And they said, you have a funny little weird voice. Have you done voiceover? And I said, just a little bit. And so they said, well, you should go take this class, and this class. Get your demo done by this woman named Sue Blue, who's a legend. And I did. And then the first jobs I booked were Men in Black, the series, and Jackie Chan, the series. Because the woman, Sue Blue, she cast them both. So she cast me in those. And that was within the first I don't know which one was first, but I got both within the first week or so of each other. And then it continued. I had a day job for a long, long time, though. But yeah, and then I got Jakers, The Adventures of Piggly-Winks, which I couldn't believe they didn't put on the flyer. I'm like, I did an Irish cartoon for 5 years. I played Piggly-Winks. That was super fun.
What was it? Yeah, what was it like working on that? Because that was the first. Was that the first cartoon?
For me?
Yeah.
No. I had done other things, a Tom and Jerry movie. I don't know, some other miscellaneous stuff. What was it like? It was amazing. It was like just my first lead in a series, and it lasted for 5 years. It was on PBS there. And I guess it's still on now, which I didn't know for a long time. I don't know who's getting the money, but I wish them well. But it was great. It was a co-production with Irish TV and Mike Young Productions over in LA, and PBS.
Okay.
They were the people behind it. So it aired here and there for 5 years, and it was big in Australia, I guess. And it was lovely. So, the guys that did it, some of our producers were from Ireland, but they had lived in the U.S. a long time. And the cast was Tara Strong, Charlie Adler, Russi Taylor, who used to be the voice of Minnie Mouse, Pam Adler, I don't know if you know who she is. She played Bobby on King of the Hill. She talks like this. And she would say to me, Miley, how do you say this in Irish? And I'd be like, okay, I'll tell you. And I'd tell her. Then she'd be like, okay, blah, 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 blah. It sounded exactly like she sounded in America. So, but they didn't care because she's funny. Tom Adcox. Who else was in it? Julian Sands did a couple. Mel Brooks, comedy hero, was in it. We never recorded with him. I think he thought I got the coffee or something. He's like, hey, nice to meet you. I was like, thanks. Can I get a cup of coffee? No, he didn't say that to me, but we didn't really record. He recorded separately from us.
Okay.
And then Joan Rivers took over after he did. So that was kind of cool.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. So obviously you did it's Jakers,
Yeah.
Piggly-Winks. Okay. Yeah. But then we move on to I think a lot of people would be here to talk about, and that is Naruto. No, did I say that right?
No.
I didn't say it right.
It's Naruto, but that's okay. Like 50-50 people don't pronounce it correctly. I was getting shoes. It's always some dude, some young dude. He's like, well, what do you do? You're funny or whatever. Like, I'm an actor. What have I seen you in? I'm like, oh my God, do you want my resume? So then I said, well, the popular thing I'm doing right now is buying these shoes, right? Actually, it was to come to Europe several years ago. And he goes, I said, yeah, I play Naruto. And he goes, Naruto? I was like, yeah, just give me the shoes. So, yeah, Naruto was a big one, but I had done a lot of stuff before. Well, no, I guess it's been on so long, I guess it all runs concurrently. Yeah. So I don't remember time.
Now you've kind of
or space.
You've gone kind of back and forth from voice acting to live action. And the list of the live action stuff is like a who's who of shows in America.
That's
like
right.
You are on Shameless.
That's right. I was on Shameless.
You were on a few episodes of Shameless.
Yeah, 2 seasons. Yeah.
What was it like working on that?
Intense, very intense. The guy who's the executive producer, who also executive produces John Wells, he produces ER and every other show. You can't have scripts on you, so it was really kind of crazy. So, because in between takes, you're looking at your lines like this. Yeah. That's the one thing about voiceover. You don't have to memorize lines. But, once you're on camera, it's just like, oh, my God. And, my call time was like at 4:45 in the morning. The first thing I did was with Emmy Rossum. We had to do a walk and talk where you walk and, you hit all your marks. So you're like, oh, I hope I hit my mark. And then, her responses were all like, oh, really? Yeah. Mm-hmm. And I would just be like, blah, blah, blah. So like my heart was beating out of my chest the first episode. Didn't get much easier, but a little bit easier. But it was intense, more so than fun, but I'm very proud of it, and I thought it turned out really well.
Which do you prefer now? Would you prefer voice acting to
I don't,
acting?
Really. Lab Rats was a blast. That happened also in there. I don't. I just, it's like apples and oranges. But one thing, you don't have to get up super early and wear makeup or get makeup put on, which isn't, kind of a tough. And then you don't have to memorize lines. So that's a good thing. But also, On camera, it's on camera. Lab Rats was a blast. I had the Mindy Project. I did Modern Family. I got to meet all these people that I admire. You know, ER, Grey's Anatomy. Although at both shows they told me, don't tell the other person you did this show. I was like, okay, you can look it up, but you know, sure. So it's fun doing on camera stuff when it's fun. Crying on camera is tough, but I've had to do that in a couple movies nobody's ever seen. Don't worry about it. One was with a nice Irish lad named Aidan Quinn. So that was kind of fun. And Colin Farrell, my boyfriend. I have him as a boyfriend. I never met him. I did a whole movie with him because he was always in the phone booth. It's called phone booth. So and I was like, well, do we ever get to meet him? They're like, no, he's in the phone booth. And he was smoking the whole time, so we'd vomit for like 4 hours afterwards. He made the choice to smoke and be on the phone without thinking, oh, I'm going to have to do 80 takes of this. So by the end of the day, they said he was just green.
Yeah. That can't have been pleasant.
But I still act like I know him. I did 2 movies with Jim Carrey. What? Love that fella? Is that what that was said? Wow, that sounded almost like a foreign language.
All the way up the back. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, he's a nice fella. He gave me 2 bathrobes, one for each movie, a black men's extra large bathrobe, which really fit well, so I gave it to my brother, who's like 5'6". Didn't fit him either. I didn't care. Merry Christmas. I didn't pay for it.
Well, it came from Jim Carrey, so
Yeah, there you go.
you're going to be happy with something like that. Absolutely.
That's right.
Yeah.
I hope he is.
So your most recent live stuff that you've been doing is Not Dead Yet, is that right?
Yeah, it's a new show with Gina Rodriguez from Jane the Virgin, a couple other people from Two Broke Girls, and one woman from Superstore, and it's just an amazing cast. I'm a guest star on it, as usual. I play the lovable loser, weirdo, the Office weirdo. Oh, I did The Office, too. That was fun. And it just premiered, and it's going to be over here. I think here in the States it airs, and then the next day it's available on Hulu. But I think here it's going to air on. Yeah, it is going to air on. I don't know, something here. I guess. Do you guys have Hulu? No.
No. Star.
Okay, sure.
Star.
Yeah.
Okay.
It hasn't started yet over here. I know that. And then I'm on an upcoming show too, called Royal Crackers. Filthy dirty. I don't recommend it for you two rascals right there, my friends. Hey, guys. And, well, you won't be up late enough to watch it anyway, thank God. I may be in prison or maybe a huge hit. But it's a show on Adult Swim called Royal Crackers. And I play a teenage boy. Surprise, surprise. And it's very funny and inappropriate. So.
Well, we don't mind that, you know.
Yeah.
That's absolutely fine.
Not for the kids.
So let's go back to what people will probably want to talk about as Naruto.
Yeah.
I said it right that time? Naruto?
Close
Naruto?
enough.
Close enough, okay.
Yeah.
So
good.
how did
There's a guy on our cast that doesn't know how to say it. We'll sit on panels. I'm like, dude, seriously. It's been like 18 years. Learn the show's name. He's in the cast. I won't identify him. Look at clips.
So where did the voice come from for Naruto?
Deep in my groin. No. I don't know. I've done teenage boys' voices for a long time. I used to say I did boys, but I don't say that anymore because it gets a weird reaction. But like I just made it up, and you know, like you see a picture sometimes, you just think of what that character would look like. They give you a little bit of a description, you interpret that, and then if you're good enough, then they cast you. Hopefully, which happened to me. I mean, I got called back, and then there are all these people at the callback from Japan and from the States and from Viz and the directors and stuff like that. So
you've been playing that character for 18 years, you said, was it?
yes, I
About
was
18 years.
14 when I started. I'm 74 now. Do the math. I don't know. I always said I'd be an old lady doing this.
Yeah.
Mary Elizabeth McGlynn, the director, myself, and guess what? I am. Believe it. Say, hey, first one. Is there some sort of prize for that? Okay.
We'll see if we can get a prize for that. Yeah,
I'll give a prize to someone.
And has the 18 years all been great, or have there been times?
Horrible.
Have there been times where I don't want to play this character anymore?
Well, I have a house in Los Angeles with a pool. There's no water in Los Angeles. My gas bill is quadrupled in a year. So from $200 to $800. Not kidding. What? Sounds awful?
Yeah.
Oh, I know. A pool and a house in Los Angeles. It's just terrific. The things I do. I scream, Rasengan! First payment on the gas. Massive Rasengan! Second payment on the gas. I need my house painted. Massive Rasengan again! It's only bad when you have a bad, like if you're sick, it's not fun, but usually you call in and just say, I can't do this, I'm sick. And the video games are quite vocally taxing. I think I've done around, now it's probably 52, 50, I don't know, I kind of stopped counting, but, and then the movies, and then, yeah. And then Boruto's on now, so I'm in that.
Is that continuing on now? Are you still working on it? Or?
Oh, yeah. I just read on Twitter, which is where I find out all my news, that season 1 of Boruto is ending, but there's going to be a season 2. Yeah, who knew? Nobody told me. So.
And you're coming back for season 2?
Well, nobody asked me, I guess. I hope so. Be kind of a bummer, right? It's like, good job for 20 years. Get the fuck out. Oh, sorry. You didn't hear that.
Children,
They
close
didn't
your
hear
ears.
it.
Close
They
your
have
ears.
they have earbuds in.
Yeah. It was blocked out completely.
That's right.
That's why they're laughing.
Destroying their dreams that I'm a nice young lady.
So
Well, they know I'm not young, so that doesn't matter.
So obviously the last few years haven't been easy for a lot of people, obviously with the pandemic and whatnot. What was life like for you during the pandemic? You could, with voice acting, I'm assuming you could work from home, but what was the last few years like?
I felt bad for other people. It was kind of 2 of the busiest years of my entire life. Not really, because when I was shooting Shameless, I was also doing lab rats, and I was recording Naruto. So some days I would get up, go shoot on Shameless, drive over to do lab rats, and then somewhere in there we'd squeeze in a session of Naruto. So that was crazy. That was like 10 years ago or so. And then, but the pandemic for me, you do have to upgrade. You had to upgrade a little bit. Although I kind of went back to all my old equipment, and it works fine. I record in a closet. It's very glamorous, you guys. It's very glamorous. It's also very hot, sweaty. I come out red, like blot red, and soaking with sweat. So that's kind of hard. But I also did a pilot for ABC on camera, whereas a series regular. That's a big deal. And so it got canceled the day before we were supposed to start shooting. The day before. We had done all the network tests, which is a big deal. We had done all the credit tests and all that. We were supposed to start shooting, and they were like, yeah, they were gonna have a little party. And they were like, party's canceled, but probably in 2 weeks. And I thought, this is never gonna happen. Like, I just knew then. So we resumed it not a year, in December, and it was under very hard circumstances. Not hard like people that are roofers and all that, emergency room people, but for acting it was just weird and kind of crazy, because we had masks on, then you take them out, there was all this protocol, we were constantly tested, which is good. You're still constantly tested on camera. I am anyway, but yeah, I did a couple Loud House, I'm on that once in a while, I did a couple of those in my closet. I did all the lines for a movie that I did from home in my closet. I did, a bunch of stuff. I always audition from my closet, unless they call me in. But it's hard doing that, and people were figuring it out, so it's like you kind of were part engineer, part actor, and it was just like everything new. They made you get like kind of new software. It was kind of a drag. So now I get to go in for Naruto, but still people record from home, but I much rather go and have someone there and have them do all the dials and stuff like that.
Yeah. I would imagine doing it in a studio would be easier, because if you say it in a certain way, and no, we don't want you to say it that way, whereas if you're at home, you're only getting a certain amount of kind of, I'll do it once or twice, and then I'll send it on, and then they have to let me know.
That's true for auditions, but that was part of the problem. I'd have to look at the screen with the stuff like Naruto playing, and then you have a script on another screen. Then on another screen, you had like a Zoom of the director running it through this thing called Source Connect, where they actually recorded it. So it's just really hard. And a couple times, at one point I had to keep track of my own takes. So it was like, oh my God. There was someone there directing me, but then there was also an engineer there. And then I'm looking at, like, sometimes it would be just an iPad and then a thing and then a thing. It was just dizzying, kind of, you know. But a lot of people have really good setups. Mine works. It's fine. But I always audition from home, so that's good because no more driving around for that. So.
And do you find, going for auditions and whatnot, it's more voiceover than it is live action, or?
Oh yeah, I audition hundreds of times for hundreds of roles a year, and if I'm lucky, I get like 10 from voiceover. That's the odds, you know. But some of them become like a 20-year gig, like Naruto, you know. Some become five-year gig on Jakers. Some become worldwide hits, you know. So that's kind of cool. And then there's all sorts of weird stuff we do. Like I double for actors, but my name can't be in the credits. So like if I can double their voice, like let's say there's a thing where it's animated and it's an animal, and the actor does all the lines, and I go in and do that actor's voice, doing all the grunts, the squeals, the laughing, the crying as whatever animal or whatever. And our names are never on there. There's a very big movie out right now that I did the initial read for. It was top secret. We didn't get the script. They gave us 30 minutes. And it was taped, and they were watching, and we all actors sat around. We couldn't talk about it, never talk about it. It might be nominated for an Oscar, but I don't know. Maybe.
Now, I'm going to put it to the floor. Does anyone want to ask a question?
Somebody right back there did.
So we've
But
got
we
two,
got
just to let you know, we've got, there was 4 mics.
Two's
There,
fine.
yeah.
Oh.
2 on each side there and at the back as well. So if anyone wants to ask a question, just walk up and we'll take your questions. So if you want to go ahead.
Yeah. How you doing? Strange that you mentioned that you're on Piggly-Winks. I would never copped it that you're actually on it because, like, Irish accent. You obviously do a brilliant Irish accent.
Thank you.
You actually do, to be fair, because I've watched Piggly-Winks excessively when I was younger, and it's like everyone sounds like they're from the countryside of Ireland. It's like, where did you get all these voice actors?
Well, it's
So
kind of
I'm wa-
old-fashioned. So one thing I did to do it was I watched Into the West. You know that movie?
Yeah.
So I'd watch that all the time, and I didn't admit it to them. But then they came to me and they're like, it's funny, you sound like a bit like a traveler. And I'm like, oh, my cover's blown.
Yeah. So I have 2 questions to you. Do you mind doing the J's for your character? And I have a second question when you do it.
Should I do Piggly?
Yeah, please.
Oh, Jesus. It's been like 12 years. My name is Piggly-Winks. I come from the village of Tara. And I have my friends Dan and Fernie. Have a real good time.
Love it. Thank
That probably
you.
sucks. Sorry.
No, that was good. That was good.
Sorry, Dublin.
My second question quickly is, how did it come about to be on the cast of The Adventure of Piggly-Winks on an Irish production?
How what?
How did you end up on an Irish production like The Adventure of Piggly-Winks?
I beat out all those Irish kids. Boom.
Love it. Thank you.
They told me they had 500 boys audition here, and they were like, "Hi, here." And so second round they went to other countries, well, America, but.
I love it. Thank
and
you very
then,
much.
Yeah, and then he told me that, and my head was very inflated for a long time, but now it sucks again. So
Thank you very much.
Okay, just on this side here.
Hi, my name's Ethan, and what animes do you like other than Naruto?
Boruto. Other than that, I don't watch anime. I know. You know, busman's holiday, right? Guy that drives the bus doesn't go on a bus holiday. I wasn't ever an anime person. I just was an actor, and then I started doing cartoons. And on camera, I'd say my career is 50-50. Then I got Naruto. And, it was a long time ago, so it kind of opened my eyes. And anime became a lot more popular than it used to be. It wasn't always like this popular. So I don't really. I mean, I'll see little bits of stuff sometimes, but I see a lot of Law and Order. Sports, news, Law and Order. Law and Order SVU, Law and Order. Get where I'm coming from? True crime. You don't know that. Never mind.
Thank you very much for your question. Now yourself.
Love the outfit.
What would be your biggest dream for acting, or what you want to do next?
Law and Order. You think I'm kidding? Law and Order SVU, before they cancel it, finally, after years. I think that would be awesome. I've been practicing being a murderer for years. Like some school marm, unsuspected, weird psychopathic stuff. Right up my alley. No, I'm on that show, Not Dead Yet, and it's I didn't audition for this show, and it's on ABC primetime in the States, which is huge. And they wrote, the people that wrote it wrote the pilot that I did that during pandemic didn't get picked up. So it's like I didn't even audition for this show, and I'm recurring on it, which means coming on once in a while as a guest star. And I'm like, that's awesome. I guess I would like to, I'm on this new cartoon coming up called Royal Crackers, and I hope that's the one that'll be on HBO in Europe. That's right. And it's going to start in April, and I want that to be a big hit. I don't know, be in another big movie, that'd be fun. Win an Oscar, well, why not? I won an Emmy for Jaker's The Adventures of Piggly-Winks. Yeah, and I lost once to Eartha Kitt, but she deserved it. And the show won many Emmys. The show won. So, I don't know, some of that.
What would the studio you want to work for that you haven't worked for before?
A studio I haven't worked for?
That you would like to work for?
That's a good one.
Oh, yeah. Wow, how old are you?
14.
Okay. I'm in trouble, you guys. This is going to be awful. Okay. You know what? I'd like to do something like Broadchurch or one of those crazy. What's her name? The woman. No, what's the woman's name that creates the murder shows for the English one? Oh, Last Tango in Halifax. You know what I'm talking about? Anybody? No. All right. Huh?
Sorry, I was thinking of Murder, She Wrote.
Oh, Murder, She Wrote?
Yeah, I mean the person who wrote the...
Right, yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I'd like to do some deep drama like that and be the weirdo. You know? I always play a weirdo. I embrace it.
What about Marvel or Disney or?
No, I've worked for Marvel.
Yeah.
I've worked for Disney.
Okay.
Worked for Fox.
I could definitely see you as one of the Marvel agents.
Oh, agents?
Yeah, agents. Yeah, like.
Oh, yeah, that'd be fun. Yeah. I did Marvel stuff. I can't remember now what it was. It was like some movies or some cartoons.
Yeah, I just dropped all my questions. That's great.
That's all right.
Thank you very much for your question. Yourself.
Well, how's it going? My school's in an All-Ireland final on Thursday. Would you say CNT for All-Ireland?
Wait, I totally didn't understand a word of that. I'm not going to lie.
I'll be honest, I didn't either.
Okay, thank God.
My school are in an All-Ireland final on Thursday. Could you say CNT for All-Ireland?
CNT what?
For All-Ireland.
CNT for All Ireland. CNT, did I get it right? CNT?
Yeah.
So CNT for the All Ireland.
For y'all.
Just want you to say CNT for the All Ireland. All Ireland.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, CNT for all of Ireland there. Woo.
Sound.
You guys, I'm sweating now. This is grueling up here. I feel like I'm at a tribunal. What's next?
Yourself.
Hi.
Kidding.
Sorry, it's so loud. I don't really know much of your. I don't know really much about your voiceover work because I do remember seeing you in Lab Rats.
Yes.
And you were very funny because you were very strong even though you were a small woman.
Yes.
No offense.
They kept getting bigger and I stayed the same.
I mean, it's so funny how they were afraid of you, you know?
Yeah, I decided that character had a piece of her brain missing.
Yeah.
And that's what allowed her to lie about everything.
And I also have another question. Did you ever wanted to do voice? Because I know that you do voiceover, like you said. Would you ever do voiceover for stuff like Big Mouse, Rick and Morty, Bob's Burgers?
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah, because they're really big, funny adult shows right now. I mean, they're not adult cartoons.
Yeah, I've done Uncle Grandpa, and I've done a whole bunch of those kind of things.
Yeah.
But just once or maybe twice, 2 episodes or something like that.
Because I could definitely see you in Bob's Burgers or something as one of the
Well,
guest
again,
stars.
it's a show called Royal Crackers.
Yeah. Well, I'll definitely look out for your voice.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
I'm auditioning in my hotel room here. It's not like it's like they sent it to me, and it's Actually, this is a show I can't believe they keep auditioning me for, and I'm like, how many characters are there before you cast me in one? But it's a new show coming up, and it's a Cartoon Network show. Yeah.
Okay. Now yourself.
I wanted to ask, out of every character you've ever portrayed, which is the nearest and dearest to your heart?
Which one is what?
The nearest and dearest to your heart. Which character means the most to you?
Well, to be honest, number one is Piggly-Winks. It was such a cool show. All the artwork was hand painted originally. It was based on a village that one of the producers, he didn't live there, but his grandparents lived there, and in Ireland. And it was just beautiful and heartfelt. The actors were amazing. Like a lot of the names, you would know. And we had some guest actors, and it just was so cute and great message, great educational message. Despite the fact that I'm totally obnoxious in my entire life and in a lot of roles I play, but that one kind of. And then, of course, Naruto, because, my God, it's a legacy character, which is crazy for me to even say that aloud, but it is. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Principal Perry, of course, because that was fun. Because they wrote stuff for me, so that was cool.
In terms of Naruto, I think I'm kind of saying it right, maybe getting a little bit out there.
Fine.
Did you expect it to last as long as it has?
No, God, no. No. Who knew? Come on. I was like, it's still going? That's what my family says because they never watch it. I'm like, you ever seen an episode? And they're like, nah. I'm like, it's okay. There are only 730 of them. My sister's seen 3. She's the winner. My mother saw it when she's passed now. She's passed a while, but she saw it and she goes, she had a big Boston accent. And she was like, I found it wearying. And I was like, well, it's not made for 80-year-olds, Mom. So she gave it the old college try, though. But I have met a lot of 3 generations now. It's been going on so long. I was watching the weather the other day, and they're like, we're interviewing this kid named Sasuke. I was like, what? So that's kind of weird. Like you meet people named after your character. It's kind of weird. It's like, this is Naruto. I'm like, what? And then someone named it after a character. I can't say who because everyone puts this stuff on YouTube. So I said, how do you spell it? The character from Naruto, which was their young son. Like, we got to look it up. I was like, it's your son. You should know how to spell that name.
That's crazy that they
Right?
have to look up how to spell their own son's name. That's a bit mad.
Yeah, they literally had to look it up. I was like, maybe name him Ben. His nickname can be that.
Are there any more questions? No, there are.
Oh, we're losing people. Bye. Can you run out like Naruto? Yeah. Well, that was all right. Okay, bye. There you go, guys. See you later. They were adorable. Come on, guys. Gotta liven it up here. It's late in the day for the convention. I don't know what time it is in Los Angeles. I'm out of my mind in case you didn't know. Haven't had a beer yet. It's Dublin. Jesus. Where's the bar in this convention?
Just a few more minutes, don't worry.
I know.
Now, yourself over there.
Well, I was wondering if you ever heard this game called Fortnite, and they took Naruto and put it in the game. Do you get paid for that?
What?
So, Fortnite, you know Fortnite? The
I
game?
was in Fortnite.
Yeah, I know. Do you get paid for that?
Yeah. I'm not doing that for free. They got enough money, my God.
How much you make?
Huh?
How much you make?
I don't know.
that's
And I would never tell you.
Enough?
Not enough. No. But it was Fortnite. And they designed the character. I was like, I saw the character finally. I was like, kind of looks like me. That's kind of freak. It's like a tribute, but kind of weird. But I don't play Fortnite. I've never even seen it. Is it fun?
Oh, it's shy.
I guess it's sort of controversial. It's fun. 10? Well, emotionally, I'm 10, in case you haven't gathered. But yeah, no. I think I'm in 2 of them. And the only reason I really am in it is because they're Naruto fans. So, and then they made this, my character I think was called Pork Chop. Is that right? Like, oh, you named me after a fatty? And then you make it look like me. Here's your $300. Get out of here. It wasn't 300 at all. I'm in the union, so if you want to look up any pay rates, you can look right on the website. You'll see exactly how much I make.
There you go. So I want to talk to you. I saw an interview that you did.
Oh, God.
It was about one of the last trips you had to Ireland. And you were at a convention.
Yeah.
And it was a lovely story about 2 young kids.
Oh, my God, that
Can you
broke my heart.
tell us a bit about that?
Okay, well, You have to ask some uplifting stuff after this. It's beautiful, but it's really hard. So I was here, and it was a kind of smaller convention. It was, I don't know how many years ago. It was like 7, something, 10, 5, 9 years ago. It was 9 years ago. Anyway, it was a smaller convention, and there was this like smaller venue kind of thing. And so there were people waiting in line, and I kept seeing this group of people, and they wouldn't come to the front. And it was like these 2 identical twin boys, and their friend and 2 girlfriends, and then the mom. And they were all signing to one another, sign language. And so I was like, I wonder why they don't come up here. And they were kind of hanging back. So then they came up to me, and finally, because my line kind of was getting to the end and it's about to close. And so I talked to them, and the mother would translate by signing, and that went on and all that kind of stuff, and signed some stuff, and it was just great conversation, really nice. It was like the 2 girlfriends, the 2 identical. They're beautiful, like kids, like 6 feet tall, like 19-year-old boys, and the pretty girlfriends in the front. And so all that's done, and I say goodbye, and they leave, and the mother comes back after they're kind of ahead of her a ways, and she says, I just want to let you know that they're losing their they're losing their hearing and their sight. And it's this disease that I forget the name of, but it's well known but rare. And so they said they'll be totally blind within a couple of years. So she said, this has kept them going, and we built them like a little back house. They lived in the country somewhere up north. And she and her husband built this place, and they're both artists. So to remember color, they painted murals. They were painting murals on the inside of the house and on the outside of the house. And that was going to help them remember color because they were painting it. And I was just like, I just took a deep breath, and I was like, oh my God, like I just didn't know what to say. And I was like, oh, okay. And I literally had to dive. I was like, thanks. And I dove under the table, and I just burst into tears. So sometimes for me, I've had so many things where people come up to me because of Naruto, and they say, you got me through this. A lot of the fan base are people that, there are a lot of people that have told me stories about being in foster care or losing someone that was close to them, or that they only, stayed alive because this show helped them get through it. I've had nurses say, this helped me get through nursing school, and you would not believe, but all over the world and all over the United States and Canada, I hear these stories all the time. I was in Corpus Christi like last weekend or so, and I heard it was a lot of younger people at that convention, and a lot of people that really had not a lot of money. And I heard these stories, and it was just, it makes you feel great in a really weird way, but great that you can do some character that means so much to so many people besides just being entertainment and enjoyable. So for any of you guys, I hear those stories all the time, and I do thank you for saying them. And I also like when you say you were my childhood, which is weird if I'm out in public, but that's another story.
Did you think when you started playing that role that that would be a regular occurrence? People coming to you and saying, you saved my life, or you're an inspiration for my kids?
I couldn't even imagine traveling as much as I do now. I mean, after this, I was telling you backstage, I'm going back to LA, then I go to Chicago, Alabama, Phoenix, Miami, I don't know, in the next couple of months. I can't even, South Carolina, back to the UK, to Birmingham. Then I'm going to Paris just for fun. But no, I would never imagine this. Like, they watch it in Sweden in English, so I went to Stockholm. That was awesome. Yeah, it's just incredible. It's really fun. It's really fun for me to meet people. I want to say all the fans are exactly the same, but with different accents. It's like, yeah, okay, I got you.
So you obviously do a lot of travel, and you obviously go to a lot of conventions. Mm-hmm. What has been your favorite? You don't have to say Dublin Comic Con.
This one.
Even though.
No, I love this one. Are you kidding me? They were like, do you want to come to Dublin? I was like, yeah, I want to come to Dublin. This one, New Zealand, was amazing. It was just amazing. I went to the North and the South Island, and it was really different and pretty, and the people were great. Some of the huge ones are crazy. Baltimore, like, I had my own panel, and it was 2,500 people in the room. And in Sydney, I signed 12,000 autographs over 4 days. No, it couldn't have been. Along those lines. Over a 4-day, very long days. So that was kind of, and every badge had the picture of Naruto on it, all the talent. I was like, that's me. Hey, what's up, Shatner? That's me. No. I see him all the time. He never talks to me. It's like, hey, there's Shatner. And he goes and gets some cranberry sauce or something. I'm like, all right, nice to meet you, and not meet you again, Mr. Shatner.
Okay. Well, before we finish up, can I ask you, what has been your favorite line to do with Naruto? And can you do it for
one
us?
line? The 730 episodes. That one line, believe it. Oh, God, I don't know. I like follow your ninja way, because I think it applies to everybody in their own way. Sasuke, Sasuke, Sasuke. Why is it always all about Sasuke? I like that. I love teasing Yuri if we sit together. I'm like, guess what? He's like, what? I'm like, show's not called Sasuke. And then I just go back to signing. By the way, when we used to have physical scripts, now we read off iPads, you would not have seen filthier stuff on the scripts. Like they'd be like, you suck, Naruto. It got really personal for a while. Like they were drawing pictures. I was like, this is not appropriate. We will all be fired. I wasn't much of a drawer, so I would just say God, you're awful, Sasuke. That hair, get it treated. It's very fun doing panels with a bunch of Naruto people. Okay. The cast members, yeah.
Okay. Well, listen, thank you so much for that.
Sorry, I think I've brought everybody down.
No.
I try to be a little
They're all
lower.
very happy, I can guarantee. But ladies and gentlemen, please give a massive round of
Thank
applause
you.
for Miley Flanagan.
And I'm going to go downstairs for a while and sign again. And I think they added, some people missed their photos, so I guess the professional photo thing. So I guess I'm doing that too. So we'll be here and have fun. If you go to the cosplay contests, I love them, have fun, but I'll probably fall asleep pretty quickly. But it's been really fun, and thank you all. Thanks for being so nice, and it's awesome here. This is one of my favorites.
Ladies and gentlemen, one more time for Miley Flanagan. There we go.
On your knees.
Okay, chop it off.
Chop it off. Let's do it.
Oh, we got him now! You know what? I'm thinking there are probably sharper stairs somewhere else.
We're thieves, but we help the wrong person steal the wrong thing and unleash the greatest evil the world has ever known.
The Red Wizards created an army of the undead.
Sounds lovely.
Quite the opposite.
I know, I was being ironic.
I find irony is a blade that cuts he who wields it most especially.
You're not a lot of fun, are you? How are we gonna pull this off?
We're gonna need a team.
You need cool air.
Follow me to the orifice.
Back to school air.
The orifice? I'll go last.
Let's go!
I don't mind that. He missed.
Oh, that's not good. Aren't you sick of failing? We could die.
There's worse things than dying. I lost everything that ever mattered to me. And if we quit now, that's for nothing.
I don't want to see you die, which is why I'm going to leave the room.
This ends now.
The bridge is protected by an ancient trap. We must not trigger the mechanism.
I may have triggered the mechanism. So, sorry.
These little town rooms are melting away. I'll make a brand new start of it in old New York. If I can make it there, I'll make it anywhere. It's up to you, New York, New York, New York, New York.
Still love this song.
As they decompose. And as you look closer at these corpses, they almost appear to be moving. But it is not the corpses that live. Oh no. It's the flesh-gorged rats that after feeding run and scurry by your feet.
Hello, my name is Neil Gaiman, and I wrote a novel called The Ocean at the End of the Lane. The National Theatre has turned my book into a stage play in London's West End, directed by the incredible Katie Rudd, and it's going to be touring the UK and Ireland. I am thrilled that you, if you're in the UK or Ireland, are going to have the opportunity to see this amazing story up on a stage. It's about life, it's about memory, it's about magic, it's about heartbreak, it's about what the universe is, and it's about childhood, and it's about wonder. And it's not like anything else that I've ever been involved in. It's not like anything else I've ever seen in the theatre. It's a fabulous adventure like nothing else you've seen. See you there.
Bye.